How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
All right. I'm awake. I was so mad. You guys have no idea how much I hauled ass this morning to be ready by 10 a.m. You guys have no idea. I got up early. I took a shower. I ran to Dunkin' Donuts to get several coffees because I don't have any coffee in my house. And I was like, God knows this isn't happening without coffee. I already took a fast-acting edible, or maybe two. Like anyone else, I hauled fucking ass this morning to be ready for this debate at 10 a.m. And then it turns out it was at 11. Fuck you, Patrick Bet-David. Like, literally, go fuck yourself, Patrick Bet-David. Like, literally making me wake up an hour fucking early. But I made it. I made it. We're all here. And MW has just sent in a gifted channel membership. W's to you, my friend. Thank you so much for starting us off strong today. People are asking me where Adam Green is. Adam Green is probably in bed. I don't know. Adam Green is in California. Leave the man alone. Let the man sleep, okay? Let the man sleep. We got Nick in. I just found out my company is getting rid of their union because they're causing too many problems. They anticipate a backlash. Yo, Nick, massive dub, bro. Thanks for being such an amazing supporter. 46 months. No, I am not calling Adam Green. I am not calling Adam Green. I'm not. No. I do not abuse the privilege of having someone's phone number by calling them to wake their asses up. No. I have sent Amalek the link. If Amalek wants to join, then he can. I don't have Adam King's phone number. I do have Adam Green's phone number, and I do have Amalek's phone number. I don't have Adam King's phone number, so I actually can't call Adam King. Deets, W's my friend. W's my friend. Thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. I sent Amalek the link if he wants to join. I don't even know if Amalek's awake. We're gonna see. I will start a channel membership counter. Guys, if you want to support my work covering the far left, please feel free to send it to channel membership, some super chats, whatever you want to do. When does the debate start? Any moment now. Any moment now. And the reason we have to cover this is because this will literally be all the internet is talking about today. There are almost 10,000 people watching. We have to do it. We have to do it. We have to know what's going on. And we have to do our due diligence, even though I'm really tired, even though I haven't even had a full coffee yet, even though the edible has not fully kicked in yet, though it will soon. You have your fast acting. I mean, I think it's time, guys. If you got the fast acting edible, I think it's time to eat the fucking edible. I mean, the debate's getting started in like 2 minutes. You want to be prepared. Like, let's go. Let's fucking go. It's Friday. And you know what? It's a beautiful day. Listen, I could have gone outside today. I could have driven to Boston today and spent half the day in the city walking around outside in the beautiful weather amongst the real people of the world. I could have done any number of things today, and I'm here with you guys to watch the dumpster fire of the debate that's about to happen. You never do drugs, bot? Well, you're a better person than I. You're a better person than I. Deets, thanks so much for being a member of the channel for 7 months. This is my late mail-in ballot for yesterday's video to show solidarity to Trendlin. Hey, I appreciate that, Deets. Thanks so much to that. Thank you so much. Yeah, Reagan's not here. Reagan is not here. Reagan is not here. Reagan is officially brown. Oh, you got the bong cleaned out? Am I drinking? No, I don't really drink that much anymore. Although fall beers are coming out and fall beer season is my favorite beer season of the year. So I may be drinking some beer as fall beers start to come out. But I also want to get under 130 pounds by the end of the month. I'm like 133 pounds right now. And I really want to be in the 120s by the end of the month, which I can totally do. It's not that hard to lose 3 pounds. So I don't know. Like, part of me wants to drink the fall beer, the Oktoberfest, the pumpkin beers. They are my favorites. It is the best time of the year for beer. But part of me also wants to be under 130 pounds. So we're going to see how that goes. We're going to see which side wins. Will it be the angel or the devil? But as of today, I am not drinking. But I will probably be getting very high during this, just so people are aware. Listen, I'm not even going to, obviously I would never get high on the internet. I am a professional streamer, as you all know. I got to put the chat on the screen. I am a professional streamer on the internet. I would never, we're going to watch this debate on weed. Yeah, we are. Unironically. Have you ever watched a dumpster fire of a debate on weed? Yeah, that's literally what we're doing today. And half of you are doing it too. Okay? At least half of my audience is doing this too, and I don't even want you guys to fucking deny it. All right, we all know what we need to survive today. Okay, it's gonna be one of those days. It's gonna be one. Yeah, see, like listen. You know, exactly. You're already fucking high. This is a wake and bake type of day. I normally I don't do that shit. I really I don't believe in being high every waking hour of the day. You should actually be living life sober sometimes as well. But this is, if there ever was a wake and bake day, it is the day when we have to watch the dumpster fire debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson, starting at 11 a.m., which we thought it was going to start at 10 a.m. because Patrick Bet-David announced the wrong fucking time. And it wasn't fair. It is live, by the way, guys. It is live. So literally we are waiting for them to start the stream. The debate is live. Please make sure you like the video. Please make sure you have mounted that like button for me. If you would be so kind, mounting the like button lets more people know to recommend the content. As a reminder, guys, just be cool, okay? Don't be a dick. Don't insult me. Don't insult other people in the chat. We're all having fun today. So just be cool in the chat. No whining, no complaining, no toxic dickish behavior. Everyone be fucking chill. Do not disrupt my fucking chi as I have to listen to these retarded narcissists bicker back and forth about a topic that I think is pretty obvious to everyone what happened. And you know what? But this is the world we live in. This is the world we live in. This is what's in the news. And this is what we have to deal with. So everyone just be fucking chill, okay? Have you guys had the Dunkin' Donuts peanut butter coffee, by the way? Because the Dunkin' Donuts peanut butter coffee is like the best flavor they have had since butter pecan. And butter pecan is a pretty fucking good coffee. But the Dunkin' Donuts peanut butter flavor right now, bro, it's real fucking good. It is really good. It is really good. If you have yet to try the Dunkin' Donuts, by the way, like, and if you don't drink Dunkin' Donuts, literally fuck you. I'm in New England. All right. I'm in New England. This is life. Dunks is life in fucking New England. Okay? And the peanut butter coffee is amazing. Just saying. Beer is healthier for you than Dunkin' Donuts faux coffee. Well, that might be, but the peanut butter coffee is really good, and it's what I have to get me through this. Experience. It's what I have to get me through this experience. You know, coffee was the one thing that I allowed myself. So I cannot give up coffee. I cannot give up coffee and sugar at the same time. So when I was really being like, I'm less strict about the keto diet now that I basically lost all the weight I need to lose. But like when I was being really strict about the keto diet, the coffee with the creamer, because I have to have cream in my coffee, that was like one of my very few carb allowances. I was allowed to have some carbs. I was allowed to have like 25 grams of carbs or sugar a day. So starting soon, let's go. So I never stopped drinking the coffee. The coffee was always an allowance that I gave myself, because you can't expect me to give up fucking sugar and also coffee at the same time. That's psychotic. All right? That's actually fucking psychotic. Where's the debate? Where's the debate? Let's go. They're trying to start it. Candace is streaming it on her channel. We're watching on Patrick Bet David. Oh, by the way, there's bingo cards. By the way, there's bingo cards. I'll put the bingo cards in the chat if you guys want a bingo card. Here you go. Bingo card over on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, I usually get coffee at Dunks, honestly, and so, like, whatever is in the Dunkin' Donuts coffee is what I'm gonna have. I guess I could have gotten, like, zero sugar creamer, but, like, listen, again, this was one of my very few indulgences, as I gave up every other fun food for 6 fucking months. Did I see that Jeremy Hambley claimed to donate $5,000 to Andrew Wilson yesterday and said it was declined? Oh, because Jeremy didn't have $5,000 available on his credit card. Probably. Deets, thanks so much for the super chat, bro. Duncan is supposed to be coming to Canada in a big way. Yo, I'm going to manifest that for you. Hopefully to wipe out Sing Hortons, their crappy coffee, and immigrants. I hope Dunks makes it to Canada, bro. Dunkin' Donuts is life. Dunkin' Donuts is life. Where's the fucking debate, you assholes? Why aren't they on time? Is Candace already streaming? Everyone is streaming today. Everyone is streaming this. Everyone's going to be talking about this. There's going to be nothing else to talk about. Candace isn't streaming yet. Huh. That's probably why they aren't live yet, because Candace is not live yet on her channel. All right. Well, we're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. 94,000 people on Candace's channel. Yeah, actually, let me check. Yeah, you're right. Almost 100,000 people watching live on Candace's channel. Candace is already raking in the fucking super chats. Look at this. Look at this. If anyone wants to send me a super chat so I can make some money from this. Oh, Candace just went live. That'd be great. Look at all the super chats Candace is getting. Just saying. Just saying. I'm going to guilt trip you guys. I'm going to Catholic guilt trip you guys. Okay, I've got both the streams up. We'll watch whatever. I would prefer to watch on Patrick Bet David's channel if I'm being honest about it, but... Man. Well, my audience should be stepping up like Candace's audience. I'm just saying. You guys got to vote for... Like, listen, guys. You guys got to vote with your money. Do you want smart people content or do you want retarded content like Candace? It's up to you guys. Whatever. Drake on Rumble says, I'm here because Nick is too lazy to get up. Well, you know what? Nick Fuentes works hard late into the night, okay? Give the kid a break. Give Nick Fuentes a break. He can sleep in. Let the man live. Come on. I'm supposed to Jew guilt you guys? Okay. Well, we'll work on that. We'll work on that. I'm doing a shitty job so far. That's all right. You know what I've really gotten into? Beef jerky. Beef jerky. There's a couple beef jerky shows I watch on Whatnot. I'm waiting for a new shipment of beef jerky they've got so many good flavors of the beef jerky. I'm like, beef jerky is now basically my entire protein content. You could also be watching it on Tim Pool. No, I'm not watching Tim Pool or Steven Crowder. Not doing that. No. No, Trendlin. No. Thank you for the helpful suggestion though. No. I have had you know what's even better than jalapeno beef jerky? Raspberry jalapeno beef jerky. That jalapeno is good. I like jalapeno, but the raspberry jalapeno beef jerky from jerky.com, so good. So good. So fucking good. Yeah, this is the PBD channel. We're just waiting for them to get started. Candace is also not started yet. Her intro is just going. So I've got 2 different streams up where, just in case one goes live and one doesn't. Have I had ostrich jerky? I don't think so. I've had bison. I've had venison. I've had elk. I've had boar. But I don't think I've had ostrich. Don't think I've had ostrich. Sriracha bacon jerky. I bet that's real good. My favorite jerky is the black truffle jerky. I also like the hickory jerky quite a bit. Those are pretty good. Also, the mesquite barbecue jerky. That's pretty good. All beef jerky is good. Like all beef. I mean, come on. Like jerky.com. They have a show on Whatnot. You can get really good deals. It's fucking awesome. Whatnot rules. Yo, CEO! Thanks so much for the super chat, bro. Finally, I get to join a live stream here. Take my money. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. I totally will. The rest of you losers need to pony up. See, you tell them, bro. You tell them. Dunks over Starbucks. Yes, W. I'm out of mushrooms, so I'm free balling the shit show debate. Love it. Love you, bro. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Cheeks. Thanks so much for the super chat, bro. Sorry. No, Cheeks, live your best life. Guys, everyone is allowed to say whatever they want in the chat today, except don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. You can insult Candace or Andrew Wilson or Patrick Bet David. I don't care if you insult any of them, but do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. And no fucking whining. No whining. No complaining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't want to fucking hear it. I'm not your mommy. I'm not going to give you a hug. I'm not going to give you a cookie. I'm an Aries woman. I don't do that shit. That's it. So no rules today other than don't be a dick. No whining. That's it. All right. But live your best life, man. Live your best life. We're all here to have fun. We're all here to enjoy. Can everyone like the video, please? There's a shocking disparity between the number of people watching the stream right now and the number of people who like the video. Can we get those numbers up? Come on, guys. I believe in you. We're all waiting for this to start. We're all bored. We all want it to start. Oh, they've got Candace's stream in the corner. That's actually very helpful that they've got Candace's stream in the corner. Let's get those numbers up, guys. The more people who like the video, the more people are going to come and join us, the more fun we're going to have in the chat. Yeah, no spamming the chat either. Yeah, that's actually probably a good rule. No spamming the chat. Don't be that might fall under don't be a dick. I know, right? I know. It's true. It's true. Lost 75 fucking pounds. Look like I'm in my early 30s. Not upset about it. Not upset about it at all. In any way. Aries age in reverse, though. That's a secret that's an astrology secret. Aries people age in reverse. As we get older, we look younger. Everyone else looks older. We look younger. It's a burden that I will bear for all of you. Thanks, Kelly. Don't be a dick Friday. Yo. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. They should have consulted me about debate rules. I think that would be, I should basically be consulted about every problem on the internet, ever, if we're being honest about it. Guys, we are waiting for the debate to get started. If you want to, take a seat, chill out, enjoy yourself in the chat. Fuck you, Master Shake. Fuck you. Master Shake is losing his... Master Shake, we're going to call him Chocolate Shake for the rest of the day. Oh, man. Oh, man. I do need to do squats. You know what? I'm still working my way up to going back to the gym. I'm like almost there. I'm almost mentally prepared to go back to the gym. But I was like brushing my teeth the other night and I started doing squats. I was like brushing my teeth as I was like, I wonder if I can bang out 20 squats or something right now. I was like, this could be my new routine. Instead of going to the gym, I just do squats as I'm grooming myself in the morning and in the evening and doing my skincare routine and stuff like that, because my ass is completely deflated with the weight loss and I need to build it back up. That's the struggle is fucking real. The struggle is real. It's the only regret I have from losing weight is that my ass used to be awesome and now it's not. It still looks fine. I'm not saying it's not like gross or anything, but like I used to have a great fucking ass and now I don't. And we need to work on that. Thank you, Mike. W's to you, my friend. Really appreciate it. I was complaining to my husband about that the other day. I was like, I don't have my great ass anymore. And he's like, Karlyn, it's fine. Relax. I'm like, okay. See, I definitely lost weight in my boobs as well. But I know I say this all the time, but like, it's so true. My tits look fucking great now. My tits look near perfect now. It's like, I'm so impressed with how my own boobs look. I'm like, this is actually great. This is actually fucking awesome. Maybe I should just start an OnlyFans because my boobs look so fucking great. No, I'm not going to do that. No one get their hopes up. That was a joke. That was a joke. No OnlyFans. But you guys should be so lucky because weight loss did wonders for my tits. They look fucking awesome. They're perky as hell. It's great. It's great. It's great. I don't have to wear a bra. I didn't have to wear a bra anyway, but now I really don't have to wear a bra. Like now we're like next level, like perky. So I'm happy about the boob situation. I am less happy about the ass situation, but we'll work on it. It's a work in progress. Yeah. My second biggest complaint is my husband lost more weight than me without actually giving up any fun food. That's a true story. Me and my husband, we didn't intend it to happen this way. We're still waiting for the debate to start, guys, so I'm just talking. We didn't intend this to happen this way. We didn't plan it or anything. But Victor started a new job around the same time that I started losing weight back in December. And because Victor's new job was more active, he actually ended up losing more weight than me without giving up any of the fun food. I'm like, men have it so fucking easy, man. Men have it so easy. All men have to do is like walk around a little bit more and maybe give up McDonald's 3 times a week and they lose 80 fucking pounds without trying. Whereas I have to suffer with no carbs and sugar. It wasn't fair, but my husband looks great. He does. Smash Cultural Marxism. Thanks so much for the super chat. Hey, since we're waiting and considering we're fascists, Karlyn, are you in favor of syndicalism and corporatism? Like bro, I have no idea. You're asking me to do advanced level political analysis. I ate an edible like half an hour ago and I haven't even had a full cup of coffee yet. The stream is live, guys. I don't need to refresh it. The stream is actually live. I'll refresh it if you guys want me to, but like the stream is live. Like they just haven't started it yet. Yeah, I can't do advanced level political analysis right now, but I can't. I can barely see straight, okay? But I do appreciate the super chat very much. Maybe we can talk about this another day. Basically, I'm in favor of putting communists in concentration camps. I don't know what that falls under. I'm in favor of putting communists in concentration camps and banning free speech for leftists and deporting everyone who won't speak English. That's what I'm in favor of. That is what I am pro. I am. Thank you so much for the super chat. Can't stay. Have a fabulous stream. Appreciate you very much. Thanks for dropping by. You lost 70 pounds walking 7 miles a day. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, this stream is going to be filled with advanced level political analysis. We don't want to blow our load off the top with me talking about National Socialism on YouTube. Got to have some propriety here. Do we think one of them backed out? I mean, it's entirely possible that one and or both of them backed out. That is entirely fucking possible. Or is Andrew holding his audience hostage till they raise enough money? I mean, both. Who knows? I would have put that past Andrew Wilson if I'm being honest about it. My prediction for the debate is Andrew fans will think he won and Candace fans will believe she. I think that's a pretty good prediction, Cobra. I think, yeah, bravo to you, bro. I think that's a pretty dead-on prediction there. I think that's pretty dead-on. Probably true. My great hope for the debate, I talked about this with Amalek yesterday. My great hope for this debate is that both of them lose. I want both of them to lose. I want Candace Owens to lose. I want Andrew Wilson to lose. I want Patrick Bet-David to lose. I want all of these people to lose. I think that all three of these people are horrible fucking people that are not as smart as they think they are. I think we're about to see like mid-wit intellectualism. Like they're all fucking midwits. They're all fucking like low to moderately IQ'd midwits. And they all think they're the smartest fucking people on the internet. I want all of them to lose. Let me ask you guys this. 1 in the chat if you want Candace to win. 2 in the chat if you want Andrew to win. 3 in the chat if you want everyone to lose. 1 in the chat if you want Candace to win. 2 in the chat if you want Andrew to win. 3 in the chat if you want everyone to lose. Let me know what you guys think. No wrong answer. Chat on PBD says are all saying Candace backed out. It wouldn't. But there's still no. Candace's stream is still live. You can see Candace's stream is in the corner down here. It's kind of like the chat is over it. But like, look, I'll take the chat off the screen. That is actually Candace's live stream. So I don't think Candace is backed out because her live stream is still going. So we'll see though. We'll see. But they are actually like, it's like a picture-in-picture sort of thing that they've got going on right now. So we'll see. We'll see. It would not surprise me if one and or both of them backed out, though, if I'm being honest about it. I would love that. I would go outside for the rest of the day. Your bet is that Andrew threw a fit about something. Candace may have gone into labor. Yeah, what an excuse that would fucking be. What a fucking excuse. Candace has like she's still got 2 fucking months to go. That would be one hell of a preemie. Oh, what is outside? The world. The world is outside. Normal people who are not obsessed with politics are outside. She's going to have camera problems. Well, I hope that she has more than one camera. I hope that she has more than one camera. Yeah, she's pregnant again. Yep, 7 months pregnant. Yep. Yep. I mean, listen, for being married to a gay man, at least she's had a lot of kids, I guess. I guess that, you know, it's raining. It's not raining here. It's actually beautiful here. The odds are that the 20 like that are going up right now, this is not going to happen. Yeah, I think, you know, it was always we've already had a rage quit. Candace and or Andrew and or both of them are already rage quit. Probably true. Probably true. I'm gonna be so pissed if this doesn't happen. I'm like, you assholes made me get up early. I could have slept for another 3 fucking hours. I could have slept for another 3 to 4 hours easily. And you assholes made me get up early for this shit. It's not fair. This is not fair to do to people on a Friday. If you're going to schedule a debate on a Friday, at least start it at like noon or 1 or 2 or 3. It's just rude. It's rude and it's inconsiderate to make everyone get up this early and then not even start the fucking debate on time, okay? 1 in the chat if you think that it is rude and inconsiderate that they haven't started the fucking debate yet. 2 in the chat if you're fine with this. Let me know. 1 in the chat if you think it's incredibly rude and inconsiderate of these people that they haven't started the debate yet. 2 in the chat if you're fine with this. It's not fair. Yeah. They're letting all of us down right now. This is really what Candace should never be able to live down. Not only has Candace been carrying on a charade for months and months and months and months and months, but she's not even starting the fucking debate on time. And you know that Candace is the one holding this up. You fucking know that Candace is the one holding this up. This is going to be some sort of woman fucking issue where Candace is complaining about something that doesn't fucking matter because she knows that this is going to look really bad for her. I'm not saying it's going to look good for Andrew. I want them both to lose. But like, you know that Candace is like having a freak out where she wants to get out of this in some way. And so she's making up some issue that isn't fucking real. It's rude. Yeah. 1 in the chat if you think it's Candace's fault they haven't started yet. 2 in the chat if you think it's Andrew Wilson's fault they haven't started yet. 3 in the chat if you think it's Patrick Bet-David's fault they haven't started yet. No. No. Fuck you. This is my chat. I'll do what I want. It's my fucking stream. Fuck you, bro. Everyone's streaming this. If you don't like my stream, you can go somewhere else. 1 in the chat for it's Candace's fault they haven't started yet. 2 in the chat for it's Andrew Wilson's fault they haven't started yet. 3 in the chat if it's Patrick Bet-David's fault they haven't started yet. 4 in the chat if it's multiple people's fault. Yeah, it's all their fault. It's everyone's fucking fault. Guys, please like the video as you're making your way into the chat. There is a shocking disparity between the number of people watching and the number of people who have liked the stream. Liking the stream gets more YouTube to recommend my content. The more YouTube recommends my content, the more people are going to join us in the chat, the more fun we're all going to have. Let's get those likes up as we're waiting for the stream to start. Let's get those likes up, guys. Come on. Come on. What time was it supposed to start? 20 fucking minutes ago. It was supposed to start 20 fucking minutes ago. Yeah, I do. I especially love it when people come into my stream and they tell me how to run it. And I'm like, excuse me, go build your own fucking YouTube channel, asshole. Go build your own fucking YouTube channel. They still have this is Candace's live stream. So these streams are live, guys. We're literally just waiting for them to start. It started? It did start. What are you talking about? I'll refresh just to be sure. Hasn't started yet. 33,000 people watching.
You know, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about
here we go.
The conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000.
I did need to.
And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for 3 different people. Number
Candace
one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives.
I think not being allowed to chain smoke is going to work against Andrew today. He's not going to like it.
You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie,
like
respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it.
Candace looks like she's going to fucking shit herself.
You have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment to all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about
we're going to be here all fucking day.
My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Amloc's here.
And what I mean by
Just in time,
overwhelming
Amloc,
is
Just join you already caught me? I can't even get my coffee.
I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died.
Within hours of his death.
What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would.
Not a leftist.
I believe Charlie Kirk.
Wrong.
And I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never before seen evidence that exposes
Andrew
just how
drops the
wrong
bomb.
and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets.
W. Cynthia.
And I think it's ghoulish to profit.
Thank you,
off
my
of the
dear.
death of
Love
a
you.
good man.
Green squares in the chat.
But we came here today to debate. And so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far. And Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's
that's what he
overwhelming
does,
evidence
by
on
the
our
way.
side.
That's
So
exactly
it's
what he
worth
does.
defining that term.
Yep.
When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. And she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's
Bitch, you literally
oh my,
I ask AI every episode, and it's like I think the lowest number ever is like
not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream
35 times she does.
I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence.
I'm about to do
That's how this entire thing began. We're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied.
Dude, she just
Charlie was not
recounted that story wrong.
Changing
the reason Bibi said he didn't kill Charlie Kirk is because they were all accusing him. It wasn't the other way around.
Loved Israel so much, and I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that. And they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind
she's a dumbass bitch.
You're not even saying
like that's not even a good way to argue your point.
If you said, was he involved? As I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
Yeah, but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie.
Andrew, showing the contradiction here, right?
Other people's presentations,
Yep.
but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're gonna have an
she does that dodge there? She won't.
Maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated. I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. Under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to before you get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence. Good job, Andrew. Keep this on par with what your claim is, since.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence.
Dude, I wish Andrew would sit down and have a discussion about this. If Jesus,
yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so rather than starting with,
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay. So forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay. So that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never.
Maybe she was making a joke, Candace.
What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
well,
I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
See, I was right yesterday when I said she's conflating the DNA with fingerprints. She just did it again.
When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left.
Absolutely. That's why you use CLP in an M4.
If you agree with me, but if
she doesn't know anything. This is hilarious.
Wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle, and it's all
Also,
dusty inside
her
the
whole
door, you go
line
fire
about
it,
like
you'll often
the
look down the
multiple
door and there's still
fingerprints.
dust.
I have a shotgun in my
Happens
house
all
right
the
now,
time.
and I
Okay, and
guarantee
the
you it has
prints?
like a dozen
Yeah, so
fingerprints on it
the
from different
prints,
people in my
we don't
my
know
family.
Yeah.
all of the details
just
on
makes
just
sense.
yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long
We
testimony on the
we
prints.
don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person
she's
who took the prints.
conflating the
but
DNA and the
problem
fingerprints
is
again.
that
She's
inside
saying
of
that
this
the-
particular
it's just
testimony,
funny.
you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the
You think
DNA
it's possible
analysis
she's
at
so
the
dumb
trial,
that she
right?
But you also would
fingerprints
agree
are
that her
DNA?
fact is not going to
She probably
change that
does,
among the
but
prints
Andrew
his was the
isn't
most
catching
degraded.
it
So I'm
like
asking you to
But
address that. How could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it. Let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints
So
were
you should have
degraded.
debated around.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The
Okay,
person who took
hang on.
it.
I'm just
okay.
granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
so now it's
Okay.
granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them,
His fingerprints
you're
could be
gonna
the
have
most
to
degraded
explain
because
how
he
that's
was like
possible if
sweating
he's the one
and all
that
these other
recently
things. That has
fired the
no
weapon.
indication on the DNA evidence.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith. So
Well, wait a
explain it.
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun
Mhm.
may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson,
Mhm.
Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony
Mhm.
where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3,
Mhm.
were
Can you
their
hear me?
prints were found
Send
on the
Adam
gun.
the link.
She's
He just woke up.
explicitly named
Oh,
Matt
good.
Robinson
Thank you.
as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to
Yeah,
actually
being
explain how this
the
would
possibility of a
demonstrate
patsy
Tyler
isn't
Robinson.
proof that
This
he
tied
is a
into-
patsy.
To Robinson
She's
being
conflating
a
these two
patsy.
things.
Are you
I want him
claiming
to go
that
back to the
these
DNA
fingerprints were
fingerprints
Lance
thing. I bet
Twiggs,
you
or
right
that he had
now,
any
if
DNA?
he asked, are
I'm saying
fingerprints
that it could
DNA,
be
she
Matt
would say
Robinson,
yes.
it could be Amber Robinson.
That's what I think
sort
is
of
going
information
on.
is going to
She
come
I don't
through
think he's
trial.
caught it.
How would that tie
Yeah, I don't think
into
he's
the
caught
idea
it.
that he's
She's
a
totally that.
patsy?
I
Yes,
didn't realize
because
until
if his
just
is the
now
most
she
degraded
described it. That's
prints
what's
and
going
the
on. She
information that I
thinks
shared on my
fingerprints
platform is
are
true,
DNA.
that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know,
Okay.
like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you can see that could be.
How do we get to
every
the
single
Patsy
one of them
part?
has so many people's
You don't let
fingerprints
me
on
ever
them.
get
This
to
is
the end
so
of the
stupid.
sentence. So how can we get to the Patsy part if
Okay,
I can't get to the end of
I'll
the
wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
Patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable
Because people
explanation
handle the
as to
guts,
why
and you
there
don't
was
clean them
dust
off
in the
or
barrel,
anything when
because
that
he doesn't
happens.
often
Yeah,
shoot
as
this
if I'm
weapon,
like
and he
singing.
is indeed
Oh,
a
I better
fisher.
clean the fingerprints off that
And it
gun.
could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's
And
prints
like
on this.
older
Obviously, Lance
fingerprints
Hood,
existing
even
and
if he has
being in
prints on
better,
things, they live
like
together, that
better
doesn't really mean
form
anything. But
than
that
newer
could
fingerprints
demonstrate
is not
that somebody
evidence
took
either.
his weapon
Newer
and put it
fingerprints
somewhere.
could be during like
His prints are the
when
most
he's
degraded.
sweaty,
Somebody else's
it's
prints,
wet, whatever.
there's more
You know,
presence of somebody
through
else's
the
prints,
rifle and a bunch of
and
grass.
that could
You
demonstrate
know?
that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say
Ralph should have
Describe
totally done
how
this.
this
It would've been way
actually
funnier.
links in.
It would be amazing.
to
That would have been
Robinson
amazing.
being a
We should get a
patsy.
round two with
I
Ralph.
just
We gotta
described
really,
that for
we
you,
gotta
so I'm
really.
not, I can explain
we
it
gotta
to you, but
work
I
on
can't
that.
understand it for you, so I'm going to move
Priority
on from
number
that.
one.
But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy.
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is crazy.
We
that
don't
you
even know what
this.
hearsay is.
Yeah,
Dude,
you
how
need
funny is
more
this?
than a fact
She
check.
really
This
doesn't
is
know
every
what
single
hearsay
day.
is.
The back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical.
She
examiner's
doesn't know what
explanation
hearsay
of
is
the
for
shooting
sure.
Bro.
That's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up.
Objection, Your Honor.
So we can show it. And in
if
the
she
interim,
does that during this
is that
debate,
it?
I'm gonna lose it.
So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this is brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule?
Because you just said that their own report puts into doubt that it was evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing.
She really
the
thinks that if she
entire
just proves
preliminary
that it's
hearing
possible he's a
was
patsy,
hearsay.
that therefore she can
I'm
argue
fine
that
with
he's
your
a patsy.
inference.
Well, because she's going to say it's reasonable doubt.
Yes, I can.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I'm just
not
saying from
reasonable
your
doubt even
inference,
is.
how do we get to
Oh,
patsy?
I don't think she agrees.
This is how
It's
you
not
got
this-
to
it
shoot
doesn't
her.
mean-
Because
I mean,
Tyler
she
Robinson
can
did it.
No, I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just-
But it
Robinson
is like
did
a
it.
definition of
Yes,
what
you did.
reasonable doubt is.
You again,
go through like a
this is something
checklist with
important,
it
so
when
we
you're
should pull up
on
a
a jury.
fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial,
agree they
swear
don't
them in.
have to.
But no, that's why the entire
Bagley's
hearing
like
was
doing Sam and
basically
stuff.
hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give.
what's
Please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of, no, that is what's in dispute. It
It's
means
not.
that your entire brand of saying
Mhm.
you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was
A
more than
video
an hour
is
debate
hearsay.
before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So here's
I'm not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up. I'm saying that I think you, let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying,
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to
inference?
the audience what
yes.
Rule 1102
So
means?
this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
it
point,
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
images. I'm talking about
images.
your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible.
Can somebody please get this message from Andrew Wilson? Please, dude. She thinks fingerprints are DNA. It will forever be the funniest clip of all time.
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense. So yes, at the beginning of
right now, imagine if you just said, Candace, do you think fingerprints are DNA? She's literally be like, well, yeah, of course they are.
Everyone tweet Andrew right now.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea.
She thinks fingerprints are DNA, you asshole.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole.
That's what's going on. This is so funny when you realize it, right? That's the context of this whole conversation.
He's up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence?
Because she keeps saying, "Oh, it's the most degraded. It's the most degraded fingerprints."
I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right, to say I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw
Also,
the
she
states and you're
really doesn't know what
accepting it.
hearsay
And they
is.
are
No,
they have
she
to
just
concrete
went through and
facts.
defined
You
it,
listed
and
on
you
your own
missed the,
Twitter
like, didn't
that what
define
you
it
found to be
properly.
convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
Every white
and
guy
says,
looks the same. I resent that fact. Some of us
you actually didn't
are
say it's what
ginger,
convinced me, but
and
you
some
said
of
this
us
is the
are
evidence that you found to be
blonde,
overwhelming, and
some
you
of us are
named, I
Mediterranean.
believe, actually 5 things. I think you said
Very
it was his
racist.
car.
All white people look
You
the
said
same.
it
Well,
was.
there's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're
evidence.
gonna get a fact check on that.
The
You
most
did.
oppressed.
Go ahead.
You said
yeah,
the
this
blurry
is
image is
bullshit.
coming up the steps.
Mm-hmm.
Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag?
Oh, here
shirt?
she's doing the camera
And
thing
he
where she
said,
completely doesn't understand how
wearing
that
the same
camera
shoes.
happened either.
Why is that
Let's
This is
go.
crazy.
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the
Holy
same people if
shit.
we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the
Okay,
stand.
but I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If
It's
somebody,
an absurd
I
thing.
would
for instance,
love,
if
I
somebody
would
were
love
change
to
their
force
clothes to keep
Candace
the same
Owens to
shoes
go to
on,
law
wouldn't you
school.
utilize
Could
the
you imagine
shoes
how funny
and
that
Oh,
would
that'd
be?
be
that person
amazing.
if
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on
clothes?
a college
Holy
campus, two people
She would fail the
wearing
bar like the
this
first
totally
5
different
times.
outfits, but
Dude,
both
no,
wearing
no, no. It
Converses
would,
can't
Candace,
happen.
it's like
It's such an
what's
absurdity
that
that I
show
don't
back
even
in the
need
day?
to like argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why
what's
is
his
it absurd?
name?
Just concede that
Hold
point.
on,
Obviously, it's
it's
an
gonna drive me
absurd
nuts.
thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the
I'm
same
not sure
people
in
because they're both
context.
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find
Yes.
his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car,
Ernest,
and it was definitely the staircase.
Okay, imagine
photos, and it was when the
Candace
trial was
goes to
going
she
on.
college.
has it. Perfect.
Candace
You
goes to
got-
law
Skylar
school.
has it. If you
Candace
want to pull it up so we
passes
can
the
see it.
bar.
That'd
Could
be
you
amazing.
imagine?
That'd be so
give me
fucking
the
funny.
clear evidence right here. I want you
Yo,
to find it right
Malcolm,
here. All I
thank
heard from the
you.
investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is
Totally
belief
agree,
something
Malcolm.
you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally
Yeah,
blurry
she has
image.
no idea how like
Robinson
cross-examination
getting out
works.
of
Or,
it.
like,
You have no idea if that's
I-
Tyler Robinson. The
I didn't
fact
like graduate
that he is
law
seen 4
for
other
the
times on
degree or
camera.
anything like that,
The
but, like, I
fact
know
being
enough about
just
this
a
'cause
standard white boy with
what I
brown
know
hair
before
seen,
that.
getting
And this is
walking
just she
upstairs.
just has no basic
The
understanding.
DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming. Actually,
That's not what I said.
it is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I didn't say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it
overwhelming.
was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing.
Yeah, her
and you
whole
said
argument
based
was
on
that this
it's
is all
overwhelming. I
the,
didn't.
the
You didn't
limiting,
mention that I
the
mentioned
limit to why he thinks
screwdriver,
it's true.
DNA,
That's her entire
all
argument
these
now.
other
And
things.
she's
You
like
never
forgetting
mentioned
her
any of
own
that.
argument.
So no, you're actually incorrect.
She's
there.
saying that
But on
she
top
basically
of
said that
moving
this
over
list
to
right
the
here of
actual
things
evidence
is
itself.
all the reasons that he thinks it's true.
Yes,
That
I'm okay.
Tyler Robinson
Anyway,
did.
back to the evidence
That's
itself.
the premise
Yes,
of
I'm
the
fine.
entire
I'm glad
reason
you're
she
asserting that
brought
you're
this
okay.
up.
I wasn't worried about
He's
your
saying,
I'm just
no, I
saying
think
that.
that's
I
not
just
the
said you
only
tweeted
thing.
this. You
Other
said no, I
things
didn't. We got a
too.
fact check, and now you're
She's
like just gonna
so
gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you
No,
couldn't have
your
said
point
more,
was
but
that
I
that
would like
was
to
the-
address
all
the
the
I mean,
point
this
you
is
said in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it, interrogating my position. You can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
But see how she literally
So what's
can't
your
like
position
observe and
Yeah, so
understand
my
reality
position
in
is
real
that
time,
based
guys?
on all of
Like,
the
you guys
evidence
understand
which
how
has been
much of a
demonstrated,
problem this is?
at least all
That
the
the
evidence
entire
and
right
knowledge,
wing thinks and
that
acts like
I'm
this.
actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative
I
theory.
want to
If
cry about
Andrew
I'm not
Wilson
seeing
becomes the
anything which
leader
is
of the right,
convincing
I'm
me
gonna
of
fucking
something
kill myself.
otherwise
Not
Oh,
really,
I-
it's
than
a
what the state
joke,
is
but
presenting as evidence.
I'm joining
That's my
Antifa
position.
immediately.
If
yeah,
that's what you're
we're
asking.
all joining Antifa. Thanks,
So just going back to what you
Stevie!
did actually tweet, is it
Appreciate
fair
it.
to like for me to ask questions about that?
Is
That's
that the only
evidence.
tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even
ahead.
though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
I think that's
By the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he had some
in the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang on.
Right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
he didn't tweet it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I didn't
say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah. Could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means that
happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026.
That's totally untrue.
That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
they could
That's not
even
what he
still
said.
charge
You
him
did
with a
actually
crime.
get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not.
I think
he
She's
said
totally,
more than
you
she
wanna-
that.
totally doesn't understand like the legal
So a
system
couple things
whatsoever.
we have Rule 801, Tyler's messages that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I
Adam!
think you have it. You
Hang
just
on.
text me if you want
Amalek
to
said
pull
he
it up.
sent
You said
it.
you have the text. If we can put
No,
that
I
up
told
on the
you to
screen.
send
Thank
it.
you.
I said,
Oh, you told me to send
It was
it?
me.
Oh,
Look at
okay.
the
sorry,
picture.
sorry, I
I'm
was upstairs.
sending.
It was
I'm
me. Okay.
sending.
I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I
I
said I
do
didn't remember this,
everything.
and I'm happy to have
Sorry,
a fact check on
I'm
that.
upstairs
Okay.
still.
I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I
Okay.
don't remember that from the
Well,
time
I'm just saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be
Okay,
concise for you.
and then
All right, I
also
just
bring
sent
the
it, Adam.
801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have
Professional
that as
streamer
well.
on the internet.
There you go.
Wait, what are we saying? It's not hearsay. I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him.
Mhm.
So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now
He's
into
doing
my
a
opinion that
fucking
some
ad.
scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402.
That's like their
Some of those parts
version
were
of.
quite
Sounds like you're
scientific.
backtracking quite a bit.
Oh,
No, I'm
what's
not
that app
backtracking at all. Where do you
called?
feel like
Oh, I
I'm,
know. I
where
think
do
I
you
have
feel
a
like I'm
profile on
backtracking?
it.
Cameo.
I
Well,
said
It
that was a
literally
joke.
was done under
You-
Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody
Yo.
disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute
Adam,
was is whether or
welcome.
not most of it was overwhelmingly
What's
hearsay.
up?
Is that
Yes,
the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
How many times?
Adam, did you just wake up? Have you seen any of this?
I'm on West Coast time. I pretty much just woke up. I've been watching you guys for a few minutes. It's
Oh.
been painful to listen to Candace's motor mouth.
Hey, Adam, one of the things I figured out is, you know how she keeps conflating, or I figured out, yeah, she keeps like conflating like fingerprints and DNA.
Mhm.
I think it's because she thinks fingerprints is DNA.
Can't you get DNA from a fingerprint?
I
though?
mean, not like you're thinking. Like, yes, sometimes you can recover like
it
some
could be like
parts
sweat.
of a
Some
DNA.
sweat got rubbed.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
there, or
exactly, exactly.
Skin,
But
a
like,
skin cell got rubbed.
right,
on.
right. But like a fingerprint is not DNA. It's not like you're testing fingerprints for DNA. That's why she's conflating the two things. She thinks fingerprints are DNA.
Hearsay. So
But
does
even
it,
a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay, under what we just read, right?
Now we're
but
arguing
the
about what
evidence that
you're
you're
saying.
speaking about, like
Mhm.
when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay,
Vibes.
his boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you.
Mhm.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also wear like that's just
But
crazy.
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said
Has he
that
pushed back
in your
on the blurry
Twitter.
photos being
That's
because
not the
it's
only thing I've ever
recorded
said
on
on
a
my Twitter
screen
about this
at all?
case.
Right.
No,
but
no,
I
they
was
haven't
asking
gotten
you
too much
pretty
into that
direct,
part yet
Yeah.
because they're
right?
still.
What
arguing
did
over
you
it.
And
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters
So
anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said
Let's
so publicly
go.
over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most
I have
overwhelming?
Claude right
And
now
you
going
answered-
back
You mean from
30
that day,
days of
from
all
that
of her
particular
streams
day of the hearing?
and
That's
counting how many
responding to.
times she says she feels, she's inferred, like she's getting a feeling about, oh, I think it's this. Anytime she's getting like the feelies as part of her thing. It's going to count every single time she does that, and I'm going to make it into a graph over the last 30 days showing just how fucking stupid she is over time.
Well done.
Different topic that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end
what
it
would
on
you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get
I
back.
got to
if
pee.
you'd
I'll be
like
right
to.
back.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived
we need a
continuously in a small
pause.
village
Blends
just outside of
comfort,
Jerusalem called...
Wait,
and luxury.
look at this ad.
We had the choice to make it fast.
Wait, they're doubling
We had the
ads?
choice
They're
to make it
they're
cheap.
competing ads?
We chose knife. Instead, we chose
2,000 years,
Tuscany.
Christians have been
We chose true Italian
oppressed.
craftsmanship, each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection. Not rushed, not disposable, not ordinary. Rather, intentional, luxurious, timeless.
Oh shit! Did I miss the commercial? Wow, what a time to go to the bathroom. All right, so what is our commentary so far, gentlemen? We were on a commercial. What do you think?
Has he pressed her on Fort Huachuca?
No.
No, they barely gotten into anything.
Yeah, they barely gotten into anything. All they've done so far is in the very opening basically argued like why do you think that there's overwhelming evidence? And he basically said because of all of the things together. And she says, oh well, look, here's a message or tweet that you had where you said this is the reason, and now you're trying to add other reasons. Well, right? Why didn't you add all those to your list of reasons? As if like this matters at all. Like,
so she's debating a straw man of a
Yes.
tweet that he made. That's
yes, as if it's a tweet reply, as if this reply is the only reasons that he could possibly argue. And it's funny because I mean this is obviously stupid and retarded, obviously, but this is how Andrew argues. So I don't know. Get your own taste your own medicine, Andrew. This is exactly how you debate and how you argue. Oh, is Christianity true or not? Well, what about the birth rates?
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, Candace is doing to Andrew what Andrew does to everyone else, and he's not going to like that at all.
Yeah. Well, he's like neutralizing it in a distant way. He clearly understands what he does because he's doing a decent job of like returning fire.
She just right there said that the photos are the video is too blurry of him in the stairwell. He should have said, but you see his car driving in. His cell phone data location is there. He said he was there, and it's him on the security footage.
They did go over
blurry
that
because it's in a courtroom, filming with a camera, a screen across the room at an angle. It's not the original footage with the resolution where you could zoom in like they showed to only the court. He said in the message, I don't know if it was Discord or text message.
They went over the message.
He says it's
as well
me
as
he says, look at the surveillance video. It's me.
Well, Candace even denied that. She's like, he never said that. And then like they brought it up and showed like, no, actually he did say that in the text message. So they did bring it. They went over that part too, where he said, you'll see it on the security footage.
So she agrees the gun was there and it's his gun and it's 3 hours away and his DNA is on it. And she goes, oh, but it's degraded some. Like, so what? It was in the woods for a few hours. Maybe it got rubbed off a bit. That's all that means, right? If DNA is degraded, like that it got exposed to the sun or exposed to some other dirt or something. I don't know what degrades. There's variables in how DNA degrades. Either way, it's still on there. He's still on the video. I can't believe she's trying to like nitpick and play.
She says there's no evidence and that it's all hearsay.
Yeah.
And she says there's a 0% chance that he did it. Not even like a
0%. Oh my
0%. She
said there's absolutely no evidence even
0%.
putting him on the thing. Also,
None.
she's still doing the thing. Andrew in the very beginning, he did an opening statement, and then she basically was like, I don't need to do an opening statement. We can just get right into it. And right away, Andrew pointed out the fact that she doesn't seem that like she's doing both a gun killed him that wasn't a 30-06 and also it was an explosive. She's trying to have both things. And he tried to hold her to it.
I saw a new like Lego AI video, and they were arguing like the bullet fragments don't match the gun, right? That's their argument.
Yeah,
but it's like, okay, if it's Fed slop, why wouldn't they just put bullets in that do match the gun?
Yeah,
Like,
it makes no sense.
Yeah, it's a kangaroo trial and it's all fed slop and it's all a psyop, but like they're not actually giving you the evidence that would like convince the conspiracy theorists. It doesn't make sense.
Well, and she's sitting here doing this thing like everybody else is. Oh, there's no way it could be a 30-06. It just shows they have no idea. They just don't know what they're talking about. Again, that is the round that we used for World War I, World War II, and Korean War. Do you think that every single time a U.S. soldier shot an enemy person that it decapitated them? Is that how the war went down? Is that how history books record the war? No, obviously not. Obviously not. There's
especially when it's a soft point, which is designed
Yes.
to expand on impact and often fragments and breaks up.
Yeah, it's so dumb. Like, do you guys think in Operation Market Garden or when we invaded Normandy that every single German soldier that the Americans shot had their heads blown off because they got shot in the collarbone or collar by a 30-06? Is that what you honestly think happened?
They all keep saying this. I've never heard of anybody being decapitated from a gunshot.
So dumb.
Like a bazooka, maybe, but not any gun.
I've seen things like a 7.62 shoot a hole through somebody, like a person in the shoulder, like in the lower shoulder, where like the shoulder attaches to your chest, and that creates like a Pepsi can size hole in somebody. I have seen that before, for sure.
A Pepsi can exit wound.
Yeah, for sure. But that's not how it's gonna act every single time. That's a round that's like from a clean rifle with no friction in the rifle, coming out at the exact velocity it's supposed to, hitting the target directly on where, you know what I mean? Like that's like under perfect conditions, okay? But did this
start at 11 or 10 Eastern?
It started at like 11:20 or something.
Yeah,
they were all
like
late.
20 minutes late.
Oh, way late, huh?
Yeah.
Well, because their promo ad at one spot said it was at 10 Eastern, and then
I know, I was so
on the
pissed
tweet
at
it said 11 Eastern.
I got up, I was all ready to go at 10 a.m. and then I realized it was at 11. I was really pissed off about it, actually.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I didn't do it. I was going to set my alarm for 7 West Coast time, and if I would have got up and they didn't start for an hour and a half, I would have been so mad. So I guess I didn't miss much. Yo, I see Ed Zoll is in your chat. What up, Ed?
Yeah, guys, we're here with No More News. Adam Green, definitely recommend you follow him on Rumble and Twitter. We got Need More Amalek. If you guys appreciate the stream we're putting together, mount the like button for me. Send in some super chats, channel memberships, whatever you guys want to do. Great Otis. This is full retardation to torture the public. Yeah. What's the over-under on how long you guys think this debate is going to go today?
4.5 hours. I know Andrew does long debates.
Yeah, he can go forever, especially if they do these things.
Yeah,
I don't
be here
know,
all
dude.
fucking
So
day.
many people in your chat keeps doing this. Karlyn, can you do a gun tutorial for these people? or
No, I
something?
can't. Do you want to do a gun tutorial for them?
I just don't understand. I'm sitting here telling you guys the round we used in World War II, the Korean War, was the 30-06, and then you're telling me that it's impossible that it created that exit wound.
It
So
wants
that
to be
means-
lecturing you guys
Are
about
you
this for
saying
4
that
hours. We'll
every
let you
single
shut the
person
fuck
that
up
we
about
shot
it.
in World War II had a giant exit wound? Is that what you're saying? Oh no, that's obviously ridiculous. So shut up. Like it's
You
just, you're
understand
just
they're all
wrong.
trolling you because you
No,
went
they're
off
not
on them
trolling.
like
No.
4 or 5
This
times
is-
yesterday
hold on,
about
this
it.
is the leading reason why at least half of the people think that there's something weird with the Kirk thing, because they all believe that a 30-06 couldn't possibly do this thing, and all that's showing is that they're either unfamiliar entirely with rifles, or they're only comparing it to their own experience with 30-06 and deer are not the same as humans.
Amalek Cheeks just said $5 to say, I'm pretty sure in court they said the fragment couldn't be matched because it was too small. 30-06 is the assumption.
That's not what
No,
they said.
that's not what they said. That's what the conspiracy people were trying to say.
You should actually go and watch what they actually said, because that's not what they said. They directly said in court that the amount of the fragments that they found matches perfectly within the caliber of a 30-06. That's what they said. So you're just wrong. No.
It was just too warped and damaged that they couldn't line it, like put it back together and show that like the scrapes along the exterior of the round lined up with one another. And then all the conspiracy people lied, and they're like, the bullet doesn't match. And no, they didn't say it didn't match. They're saying they couldn't determine for sure that it was the match. But I mean, they found the guy's gun, and it has the unejected casing, the shell, because he only took one shot. It was still in there.
We're back. Shut up. We're back.
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent they're watching. Support Andrew Wilson, that's your fans of his, click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 confirmed right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're
300 on Karlyn Borysenko, don't forget to add that.
This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Totally
let's stay, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Now.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves,
appreciate it.
They seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May.
She's totally wrong
they
about this.
asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension
putting forward evidence that wasn't true, the preliminary hearing, the defense's job is to object to that
on their text messages.
That
was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off, and yes, you are allowed to have an intuition, you are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under because and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here.
You should bring up she was wrong about the
intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using
Candace, you're an
the same
influencer
adjective?
saying
You switch it up. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kinda
parts
like Fed
compelling. I
slop?
think this should go.
Like
I
Fed
found,
slop?
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial.
Candace, you just
That would
said there's a
be
0%
kind of-
chance that
Fed
he did
slop's
it.
a buzzword
the
for
over-
the,
How about
for
you
the
do that?
counter
But
industry.
everyone on the same
Candace is the
day
only
of watching this
influencer
trial, which
allowed
was,
to say things
I
on
would
the
say,
internet.
not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well, they're
overwhelmed.
trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It
My
wasn't their
intuition tells
But
me
like
to
I said,
not.
How do you know
parking
that,
aside, just getting to the
Candace?
substance. Parking that aside. Parking
Okay.
aside, just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time I got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is
This idea that just because you're in a relationship with someone, they have access to all of your technology is fucking ridiculous. My husband and I do not have access to each other's text messages. We don't. Because we actually trust each other. I don't know, whatever.
I don't know, pot on the corner would be smarter than to write a full.
But especially with someone like you're just dating, or maybe they were even just fucking, like, we don't really know. It's like, you're going to give your boyfriend access to your text messages? No, I'm not.
He wanted to commit suicide and okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, I didn't actually, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs,
get that article up, Amalek.
FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk.
Funny sunglasses.
And we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source,
Yeah.
an anonymous source.
By the way,
of course.
she's going. It's not.
So there's
it's
no way
the-
for us
it's
to
the
verify that what
grandmother
you're
that's
saying
talking
right
to
now is
that one
actually
guy
even
on
true.
Twitter. What's
You
his
find it to
name?
be reliable
Something
hearsay?
Defiance or whatever.
No,
That's who
I
she's
don't find
citing
it to
right
be
now.
reliable
That
at
guy
all.
talking
It's
to
just
the
a
grandmother.
source.
Understood.
And the
Understood.
grandmother,
What
what
you're
she
doing
said
is
was
a
that she
cool
couldn't
story.
imagine
You're
her
giving-
grandson
Hang
doing
on,
that.
hang on. You're giving us
Everyone right now.
You're giving us a cool
Okay,
story.
but wait,
You
You're
killed
saying
somebody
that-
like he does. Can you all imagine your grandmother saying that? Oh, I can't imagine my darling grandson being the killer.
Yeah, that's exactly my grandmother.
That's
would
what they're
have said.
citing right now. That the family doesn't even think that she did it or he did it. That's what they're citing.
is what's going on here. And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
So,
What am I wrong
so
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said
I
it does the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But
That-
yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in until we got to the preliminary hearing. And we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct
It's not correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay,
run
which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to,
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah. And then I think we'll go to if
That
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on messages.
That would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's
here?
mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question.
First off, the parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source.
The legal team isn't denying it either. They would testify.
Playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find
by the way, real quick,
who would advise you to go to the media.
Yeah, just so everyone knows, the defense is not claiming that they didn't have access to the phone. That's not what they said in court. I watched the whole thing. Like I watched that whole thing. What the defense says is that it was like 24 terabytes of data, and it was too much for them to go over. That's what they're saying. That they didn't. That she didn't have it on hand. She didn't. Oh, I don't have his phone data on hand because it was so much data that they had. They are not claiming that they didn't have the phone before the trial. That is absolutely not true. That is not. They said in the case.
Okay, we get it. We get it. You're right. Okay, we get it. Thank you.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders.
Over and over.
But if you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be
based on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute
every
that.
document.
That's
I don't like is made
right?
up.
They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery. You're saying that they didn't
receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm
evidence.
asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say.
One of my best friends is named Brian Davis.
Right then and there. Would they present that?
I'm in on it.
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing
Not
at
even a
this
mod
stage
in
of the
Adam's
hearing
chat,
is
'cause
the
I would just
state
ban
is
half the
saying
chat,
we
pretty
have
much. It's
enough
not a good
evidence
idea.
that we think this needs to go forth to trial.
Well,
Hence the reason that there's this
You're a moderator now.
extraordinary-
Don't fuck
we
it
allow
up.
hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can
Could
be enough
destroy
that
our
we feel like we
friendship,
can move forward, right?
I don't think they had any
And
mods. I don't know how to
disagree
make a
with that in
mod.
general when somebody's
Rumble.
rotting in prison.
Making a
but
mod on
whatever.
Rumble is basically impossible.
The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says,
now you can post links in
we
the chat,
find this
Amla.
filing to be defective.
I was just
going
going to say, here, I'm going to post the direct PDF of the court document that I'm talking about
you know
with
what
the
the laws are on the
24
books.
terabytes
And
of
this
data.
filing is
So I'm
defective, and you
not
should get rid
pulling
of these
this from my
charges
ass.
because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
Yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
what I
what
am.
you're asking.
What I
Why
am,
you're saying could they
no,
just
what
put
I'm
out?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You just
like is that hot buff guy.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
There's
a
no reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it
if
convincing?
That was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave.
Because she's spreading lies and bullshit. That's why.
To use.
It's not what you think in your own spare time, Candace. You made millions of dollars off this.
Guys think while it's still legal. You actually
she's made it her whole life.
You are allowed to do that. So
spare time.
But anyway,
I'm just dabbling in a hobby in my spare time. No, Candace,
I think
whatever.
I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally
I'll explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence.
Yeah, see this. Oh, wait, they have the same. That's the same PDF I just shared.
Rule 16.
That's what I just shared in chat. That's what I'm saying.
To be more precise, as of April 1st.
Andrew Wilson's team.
That was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying it's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all.
Kathy was arguing that they had too much data.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after.
Wrong.
You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know.
Hold on, I just had it up on my other screen.
I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that.
March 13th, they received 24 terabytes of data on March 13th. So she's just wrong. She's lying.
Yeah, there's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
my God,
your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is problematic, that you decide that it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you said.
We should discuss the screwdriver as well.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate is
the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson
all
shot
her
Charlie
claims
Kirk.
the last
You don't
year
find
aren't
convincing, I
the
get it.
substance of
It's
debate,
been
apparently.
invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
Well, you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case.
Yeah, she's doing a
and in
giant
regards to
knot
the
in
Kirk
Bailey. Okay,
assassination,
move on.
which
We
are
get it,
far
guys.
above and beyond. I just doubt the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt
I-
the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions,
That doesn't mean people aren't going
you
to
want
have
to
a
talk about
reaction,
Erica
Candace.
Kirk, if you want to talk about
Yeah.
Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic
Mhm.
first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What,
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question.
Yeah,
So
that's a good
I
question
actually
by-
expected in this preliminary hearing,
Who should have been
actually,
Ralph.
the almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that. A photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not
Dawn,
them
thanks for the super
and it's not
chat.
the FBI,
Appreciate it.
it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around.
That is totally not true.
And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be
Does she
approved,
think that ambulances
by the attorney general has to
go into evidence after somebody's involved with a crime and is in an ambulance?
Probably.
Does she think that the crime happened inside the van that they took the body away in?
Well, she was saying when we watched yesterday, she was saying like they were performing surgery or something in the fucking van because of the gloves.
The crime scene
they
happened
gave
on the
Erica his
rooftop.
necklace, as if like, what does the necklace have to do with the case? Oh, they would have found the road mic gunpowder on it or bomb material. Like, no, that's just schizophrenic. It's not part of evidence.
I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there,
tons of blood
Sunday,
all over the floor. On
the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down
cleaned up and
pavers.
paved over.
That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident? The various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to?
All right, Andrew needs a smoke break.
Something. If they had, I was expecting, here we have him. He took a shot. Here it is, and then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson, and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing.
She just says no.
People saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the
sure.
We got a picture. Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most doesn't take place on a college campus.
It's blurry because it's not the original.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional's true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Like him saying that, his family saying that, someone in the crowd,
just a good
away from a shooting, another gun, another shooter theory, anything like that.
Just
present anything like that.
No, qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture, and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now. Yeah.
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad
Take
break.
an ad break.
And then we'll
Ad
talk
break.
Erica Kirk and
Ad
Tiki
break.
Wilson.
Call it a smoke
And
break, bitch.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured
Okay,
by
they're doing
Candace
smoke
Owens
break.
in regards to this case in Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right.
Okay,
all
so
right.
really quickly, so somebody in
Go
chat
ahead.
said this. It's judging you said this, and this is just true. So basically, what's happening is once again, Candace is conflating two things: the DNA data not being turned over entirely to the defense, and the cell phone data being turned over to the defense. So the defense says that they got all of the cell phone and video data, but that it was 24 terabytes of data, and that she didn't have it on hand with her. She's not claiming that she didn't have access to his cell phone beforehand. They were just saying that it was an overwhelming amount of data that they had, and she just didn't have it on with her right now, that his cell phone. We haven't even been able to go through his cell phone yet. That's what she was talking about, is that they had so much data. The second claim is that the defense was upset that they didn't have the data for the DNA, the raw data of the DNA. Okay, that's what we're talking about here. Because what's happened is because the federal government is the one doing the forensics, but the state government is trying the case, there is a disconnect there, because the federal government, the feds, have their own cases all over the country. They're doing their own lab stuff, all these things, their own priorities, all that stuff. And what's going on is the defense is saying, hey, we're supposed to get our own version of the raw data so our experts can look at this too. You have to give it to us as well. And the court granted that to them. They said, yes, you're right. And that data was given over to them in May, or maybe March. I just was looking at the date. March or May, one of those two timelines. So
I think it was March. I think you said March.
Yeah. So the defense has now been given also the DNA data that we're talking about here. Okay. So this idea that the defense has not been given something that they need for the defense of Tyler Robinson is totally untrue. And it's based on a conflation of those two things, the data and the DNA. And again, the defense isn't saying like, oh, because we don't trust the DNA, we need our own version. No. This is a standard thing in any case like this. Basically, the federal government is doing their forensics in their lab, and that's what the prosecution is relying on. And then the defense is going to go and send it away to their own place that they're going to do and have their experts do it. And those experts are going to be cross-examined on the stand. That's what's going to happen. So all they want is the data that they can give to their expert. That's not a conspiracy. This is totally normal within a regular court case.
Hey guys, why don't we invite Big Tech to the stream? Does anyone want to invite Big Tech? I can't because he has me blocked, but if one of you two wants to invite Big Tech, let's see what happens.
He usually sleeps until like 1 or 2 p.m.
I think he's on right now. I think he's live. I was just laughing
is.
at the idea. I was thinking to myself, laughing at how funny that would be.
You
'cause I saw
should.
him
You
go live.
can one end or both of you go over to his chat and just invite
I
him
don't
over
want to
here?
make. I don't want to be annoying.
Please, it would be so funny. Please, could you please do? Can you do this one thing for me? I'm like, you never do anything I want.
No, I don't want to be annoying with his.
You basically hate me, and you never do anything I
Okay,
want.
I'm not. Unlike Christians, I am unguiltable. You cannot guilt me into anything. Catholic guilt does not work on me. I'm immune to it. I built up a high tolerance.
Adam, if you want to chat into the YouTube chat, I can make you a mod if you want to be able to drop links into the chat.
So yeah. So anyway, all that stuff that I just said, that is what's going on here. Any lawyer, by the way, if there's any lawyers in chat that are watching this, they are just face palming, I'm sure, because of how bad this is, how stupid this is. And again, also, I'm not some like crazy researcher on this. This stuff is very easy to find. It is like 2 Google searches or 3 Google searches away from finding out this information. And because there's tons of like, because this is like the #1 profile case right now, there's tons of actual legal journalists covering the case and explaining what's going
All right,
on.
I'll mod
And all
you,
you have to do is read it. It's crazy they're doing all these ads for this.
I know. I wonder how much they sold them for. Okay, Adam, you're modded.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Hey, you want to play that 1-minute clip? It's so funny from a Charlie Kirk truther.
Oh, that one you put in the chat.
Yeah.
Hang
This
on one
is
sec, I'll get
we
it.
always call them like armchair true crime murder mystery.
Yeah.
With that, I'm of the opinion that there's a good 99%. I would say I'm 99% sure that Tyler Robinson did this. And I have not been convinced otherwise. So that's kind of where I'm coming from in my claim. What would your claim be about this case?
My claim about this case would be that from day one, as soon as this all happened, everyone fumbled the bag. People at UVU, police officers, basically everyone involved completely fumbled the bag. If you've ever watched Criminal Minds, CSI, Dexter, if you're into those kinds of shows, it's not just a show. It's not just entertainment.
They're
it's
in
education.
CSI.
A lot of the stuff
It's
in
education. This is where they're getting their info.
Bless their
and they
hearts.
try to keep it as close to center as possible when it comes to giving the audience.
That's it. That's it. TV drama detectives. I think they're back
side
on,
of
by
things.
the way.
Are they?
Oh no, still okay. Never mind.
No, I had it up. I was paying attention.
That's so
Adam, how do
funny.
you feel about this? How is this worth getting up earlier for?
Well,
How
I've
you
never
doing?
been to law school, but I've watched a good bit of CSI and Judge Judy, and let me tell you, I think Candace is right on the right path.
Fucking Judge Judy. My grandma made me watch the People's Court every day after school.
I'm basically a lawyer.
That's what I was saying. That lawyers must be watching this, just rolling their eyes at how stupid this is.
Well, they should be doing commentary on it.
I know. Well, I had
Where are
that
they?
Barnes guy up on the other screen for a little bit, and he's doing commentary. He's saying what I'm saying as well. I'm just rewinding it through and listening, and that's what he's saying. Basically what I said.
You guys remember the Reese Witherspoon movie Legally Blonde, where
Oh,
she's
yeah.
like a ditzy blonde that goes to law school?
Mm-hmm.
It would be like Candace's version. We should make an AI, like Legally Black.
I'm surprised no one's done that, honestly.
I've thought of it a few times. I'm gonna make it right now.
Yeah,
should do
dude.
it,
What?
yeah.
Get that up right now. What are you
Seriously.
talking about? What the hell?
Guys, we are watching the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate dumpster fire shit show. Welcome to the stream. If you have not yet mounted the like button, please feel free to do so. If you want to bless the chat with some channel memberships, that would be awesome because I'm completely funded by you guys. You know, Candace and all these people are making all this money. I'm not even getting any channel memberships today. I feel like my own chat doesn't even like me. I don't know. I bring together an all-star panel. I stole both Adam Green and Neen Moriamalek away from big tech successfully on the internet. They're over here. He's sulking over there. So I feel like I'm giving you guys a pretty good show right now, and you're not appreciative. You're not appreciative. I'm just saying.
Also, the FBI, dude. Whoever is judging you is the number. They're a moderator too. That person's the smartest person in your chat, dude, for sure. For sure. Sorry, everybody else, but that's the smartest person. Exactly. The FBI did fumble this, and it's because Kash Patel is an incompetent podcaster, and we have a podcast-occupied government full of incompetent retards who are like, "Oh, we're fighting against the far left and Antifa," and they Karlyn covers this stuff all the time. This is some of my favorite stuff. Is when I see her like interacting with the FBI people and the people in our government who are just totally clueless, like the people who should be doing what Karlyn's doing.
Yeah.
They have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. That's who's in charge of this investigation. So it makes total sense what's going on, right?
True. We know more than the FBI does. I have no problem believing they fucked this shit up too.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you, CB. W's to you, my friend. And Cynthia drops another 10 channel memberships. Big support from Cynthia. W's to you, my dear. Emerald Squares in the chat for the Emerald Queen. We really appreciate it, Cynthia.
Damn, this is a long smoke break from Andrew. I hope he really comes back and just hits this stuff.
Andrew
Doesn't
was
let her
like,
squirm.
I think Andrew is actually doing a pretty good job. And it pains me to say that because Andrew's an
Yeah.
asshole, but I really think he's doing like an okay job right now.
Well, I'm looking at Twitter right now, and the other side is like oh, look how dumb he is. Oh, oh my God, he had to read. His TPUSA gave him the talking points to
That's
read
what
from.
they say about the left all the time. They're
They're
reading
doing
off
all
the
these
script. I'm like,
things.
okay.
They're doing all this coping. They're not, dude. They are gonna deny the whole thing all the way up until the point where they're gonna say that like Robinson's family is in on it.
Yeah, I think so.
It's so crazy. Candace does her show with she's reading from a script from her teleprompter on her show all the time.
Yeah.
He is in some huge debate with hundreds of thousands of people watching and then reads his opening statement. What was he supposed to wing it?
Yeah, exactly. We got a super chat from Is Judging You. Thank you, bro. Appreciate the super chat. We got a channel membership from Nick. W's to you, Nick. And we got one from John as well. W's to you, John. Thanks for all your support. We also got another 5. Oh, look, the Rock Monster's here. Yo, W's to you, bro. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Appreciate the channel memberships. So you have to do math. 31. Okay, let's go.
I don't know. He's not. I don't think he's doing terrible. I think part of it is he's like trying to hold back from going full like Andrew Wilson like looping with people. You know what somebody told him not to loop with her because it will be just the worst thing to watch ever.
Yeah.
Where if they just sit there, he's kind of like saying, okay, I grant you this and I want to move on like he always does. But then usually what he does is when he goes on to the move on point, when he engages with that person, he'll just loop on the one thing. Oh, you haven't answered. Well, you haven't answered. Well, what is your like? He hasn't really done that because he knows it'll be bad.
He's definitely being more restrained than he would be with like a dumb college or OnlyFans whore on the whatever podcast.
Well, he really got her with her not knowing that the text messages had him saying that he was on campus and that they'll see it on the footage. Her not knowing that's actually kind of crazy. She should have known that for sure.
Yeah, she runs around going, "There's zero evidence. There's no evidence," and she doesn't even know that.
Yep.
Yeah. Very
W's to you, Mitchell. Thanks so much for the channel membership, bro. Oh, come on, guys. This is supposed to be 3.5 minutes.
Dude, Andrew is just like sucking down like 3 cigarettes as fast as he can to make it to the next break.
It's like Popeye. It's like Popeye the Sailor Man. Except for getting his spinach, he's just getting like he's listening. You know that Oliver Tree cigarette song? He's playing that right now.
He's just double lipping 2 at one time.
Yeah.
Like who is that? Bugs Bunny fills his whole mouth with cigarettes, smokes them all at once.
Do you guys have any
I should
predictions?
make an AI of Andrew with cigarettes full of his
You
mouth.
really should.
Dude,
That's the exact image I had in my head.
Wait, do you know the song I'm talking about, Adam? The cigarette song by Oliver Tree? He has a song called Cigarettes, and it's about smoking cigarettes till you die. We should make an Andrew Wilson music video of that song. That's what we should.
I haven't heard that song.
W's.
Oh,
Leo.
it's
Thanks so much,
hilarious.
bro.
Hold on, I'll send it to you.
Do you guys have any prediction for what we're going to see coming up in the debate? Is there anything you're hoping to see?
I can't wait to go over the Egyptian plains.
Yeah, I agree. What the fuck happened there?
I'm kind of excited for Egyptian plains.
Yeah. He needs to call out the latest how they just stretched out the security image of him in the parking structure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, these people don't know what a fisheye lens does. They go, why are the cars so small? And then they stretch it out to where the car should be, and it's like, you can't do that. That's gonna skew and alter how Tyler looks. And they go, look, it doesn't look the same if you stretch it out twice as much.
I want to see him hold her feet to the fire that she has been accusing Erica Kirk of being involved in the killing in the cover.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And he needs to get her to admit that if she's wrong, it's like the most evil thing possible that she's done.
Well, did we tell Adam that Andrew revealed never before seen text messages in the opening statement?
Yeah, dude, that was a bad look too. That was very stupid. That's another thing too. What Candace is doing is there is a truth. TPUSA does suck. Whoever does run TPUSA is incompetent. All the people that are over there are idiots. All the people over there do constantly lie. And for no reason. They lie about stuff that like you don't even need to lie about. So what happens is they take that true thing that I just said and then they like blow it up to 100.
Before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's
you can't ask me questions about things I've been saying.
But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part
Dude,
to me feels like a bit.
Am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
wanted to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
okay,
get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct. with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now
Mhm.
you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy.
Well,
Was Lance
transcendentals,
Twiggs
they
DNA
do that.
rifle, as far as you know?
Point
She's right
Candace.
about him
We
doing
can't
that.
say that
That's
for
how he's doing
certainty.
it.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually
You can
I,
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this
Daddy
debate
issue
strategy.
alert.
I am just
Yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a
this
debate.
is
Now this
inclined
is
to
you
your-
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually
That
already
you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence?
Oh
for
my
that?
god.
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information
I agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I
Sounds
did.
like hearsay.
I just want to
Cool.
make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I
it
just
do-
want to
it
make
does-
sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mhm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues.
That's it. He ate at Chick-fil-A.
because,
Case closed.
Yeah, but do you have
Israel did
positive
it.
evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to
Make
answer it. Like I
support
said, you
for
don't
20.
get to for an hour and a
Thank
half.
you.
The
Look,
question
I don't
I'm asking
like
is about
Christians,
positive
I'm
evidence.
and I
telling
still
you
go to
that in any
Chick-fil-A
case,
sometimes.
establishing a
I go
motive.
to Chick-fil-A all
and
the
what-
time.
Yo,
I don't like
I'm thinking about
Christians either.
DoorDashing Chick-fil-A like right now, literally right now.
Yeah.
Will find Israel to be an interesting question.
They do a
as-
good job
as
of like
truthfully
fascism
Charlie's
though at the
perspectives
restaurant. Have you ever
were
noticed that?
changing on
How they run
Israel.
it?
Sure.
And he
They're
was
very
starting to
orderly.
realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid. I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli.
I was just going to say that. I was
Utah
just going to say,
day.
oh yeah, Joe Kent has literally got kicked out of government
because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence would
just have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried.
I think
to
Adam
shove the
King
Israel narrative down our throat
was involved with
immediately. I mean, the day he died, posted a
Probably
picture
true.
of him with an
Probably
American and
true.
Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed. Doesn't feel right.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated?
I mean, he was at that Hamptons meeting with all those other people.
Kirk. So how could I say that
Probably
I
where
have
they
evidence
planned
they
it.
participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. If you're
The anticipation is killing
yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So she
if they have the clip,
Yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And
France and
I'm
Israel.
going to put that out there with full confidence.
France.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence
Because
you think
the
that
snipper.
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France and
involved.
Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mhm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you don't
United
have
States
any
government.
positive.
One in the chat if you believe, Candace, that France and Israel are responsible for this. Two in the chat if you think Candace is full of shit. Let me know.
Tell you, yes, I think
Well,
they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I
positive
said,
evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim,
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to
do you
think,
have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if you have
what's your issue
positive
then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away. right? And I have to be there in 5.
Andrew
So I
should
have full
ask her if
confidence.
she'd be
That's why
hungry
I
if
would
she
think
skipped
that.
breakfast.
So I'm asking if
Yeah.
you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking
would
for
go
the
so
evidence,
hard.
or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't
They
have to
always
walk you
ask
through why
that
I think.
hypothetical. You know she'd
I can
fail
also
it too.
Yep.
with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said
You
that
lost
I think, which
the
I can
substance
do.
of
I'm
the
They're
allowed to do
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made,
Candace already
made
declaring herself
about
the winner.
Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence.
You don't
that
own me, Andrew.
You do not feel that you represented your claim well.
You're not my dad.
And so
You're
now
not my
you came
boss.
That's
prepared
nice.
to
You're
I
not
just
the
wanna
boss of
know-
me.
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said it.
disputing that.
Filthy
I'm
ignorance
asking.
doesn't
You are
fit
I'm
you.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed
Now
to
you're
think.
wanting me to
And
structure
I've
the
explained
sentence.
to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think
She
that
just doesn't want to
I don't need to
answer his
explain
tens of
question.
myself to
thousands
you,
or hundreds of
Andrew.
He's
thousands
asking
of
for
people
positive evidence,
would
and she
want to know
just
what
doesn't want to
Candace
provide
Owens'
any.
positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any
It's
of
not
these discussions,
dripping.
they're
Candace,
watching
you've
this
done
in context. They
57
know why I'm
fucking
saying it.
episodes.
So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government.
You should
right?
watch my
nameless.
podcast.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason
so
to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
you're,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say
defensive.
I think.
Like you just don't
Andrew
want to
as a
answer
professor
questions.
saying
I
that's
did
a
answer your
fallacy.
question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
You
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's
But
go.
there, but I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah,
So if they do contact you,
100.
are you
yes,
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because So if they
and
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
Okay.
did.
I think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUS
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say-
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it
And
was a
by the way,
long
this-
file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's I'm saying like you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more
Candace, you
information? We're
never answered
investigating
my
this, and that didn't
emails.
happen, and which is what I
So
raised.
that's
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that-
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow-up to that is the following.
Mhm.
If they contact you
All
to say,
Russia shill
is that
incompetent
specifically to
retards.
the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
Let me
government.
ask one question. Let me just ask one question.
Mhm.
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Mhm.
they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only
What the
people
dog's
that
name
all of
is,
that
is
led to
evidence.
nowhere.
police officers that
They're all
were
dead ends.
involved. The
Oh
many
my
police,
God.
sheriff's offices
We should investigate
that
her.
were
Trump, investigate her, FBI. She did
That's a
it.
good idea. That's a good idea. Candace is
All,
guilty.
hey, I don't believe Tyler did it. All leads should be investigated.
Mm-hmm.
Are we not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is
so
funny.
is CNN allowed to have
Well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy.
My sources are Pinky
claim
Square, trust me,
all
bro.
of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because
How's the Vibes article
like
going,
for
Amalek?
example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, They all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually
You're
what your
back.
claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I was
actually,
just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
I
How
was
would that,
talking to PVD?
how
We're
would
not-
that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
But I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
She's literally told him to. Oh, you have to watch my
By
show. Like
who?
6
I'm not committing a
times
crime,
after
am
the
I? Am I
argument.
just like
Just watch my
Well, I mean,
podcast,
aren't
Andrew.
most of the people you ask
Like,
questions
she's
of not
citing
actually
herself
committing
as
crimes?
What do you
the
mean they
source.
should answer
Oh,
questions
you gotta
where,
watch
like
my
at
show,
a
so I
police
don't have to make the
station? Like,
argument.
what are
No,
you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you, I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then
Mhm.
that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. He is.
Adam,
his
this is
position
more
he's the
good faith
spokesperson
he's
for
given
everything
her
you
than
say.
he's ever given you in
So-
a debate.
Yeah,
Just so you
Andrew
know.
is being very controlled, like hyper controlled.
Yeah, I wish he would like go off the chain a little bit.
Well, maybe he will. I mean, I think we've probably still
Yeah,
have
it's a
couple hours
marathon.
least.
It's not
Yeah.
a sprint. Maybe he's wearing her down first, getting his jabs in, and then
Yep.
getting the body shots in, and then he's gonna go for the big.
I feel like he's
haymaker.
getting slowly more uppity as it continues.
Yeah. Hopefully, he's gonna reach his final form at some point here. I'm hoping she rage quits. I almost felt like she
Oh,
was
that would
going
be
to at
amazing.
one point.
Yeah, I want her to throw something at him and then stomp off in a huff.
Yes.
Mhm.
One thing though that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in
Nicest
TPUSA
Andrew
or
has
Erica
ever been
Kirk
in history.
or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How would that get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
well, what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical,
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People, this is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
Yeah,
in,
but what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Also just asking.
And
but
so right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Nice.
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his
That's
death?
so true. So true, Andrew.
I
Thank
didn't
you
say
for
complicit
that.
in death. You added
What?
those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
You're showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't
They
know.
sat her in
It
a room
feels
for
weird to think
hours and
that-
she just denied everything.
Do
Said,
I
nope,
think
nope,
that's not
nope,
her
nope,
mannerisms
the
were
whole
weird
time.
and
They're
stuff like
basically
that?
like, okay,
but
we're
that's
done
not-
here.
You can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that there's overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right. Yes, that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition.
She had started this right away, almost
how
like
we all feel about her.
5 days after, something like that.
Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. For sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. she told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Tracy. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her
Carl
to
and
change
I
up.
went over
I
that
didn't want to
stupid-ass
do
list,
this.
and so did
And
me and
because
Adam.
I didn't know what
Yeah.
to expect. Like
Gone
I
over
didn't,
both times,
I didn't know
that
if she was going to be
stupid-ass
like,
list.
I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization. And I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I didn't know, I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah,
Go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what do you think she's complicit in?
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek.
Yes, Candace.
Like, for instance, you got supporters.
Like, Candace is a massive
if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin.
This debate.
He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think she's
guys on a scale of 1 to 10, with one being not retarded and 10 being most retarded? How retarded is Candace? Let me know.
With Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down, did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for basic answers to questions, and You're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Maybe
If you
they don't
reach
want
out
to
in
give it
good
to you,
faith and you're not
Candace.
demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I, just
and don't
think,
have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just
You're
simply
demanding
said
it
that
released
this
to
is what was
you
going
or the
on in the
public.
last 48
What the fuck are you
hours.
talking about?
Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know
They just
where
don't
you,
have. They don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
like, I don't
If they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you
faith
a
to answer
question.
questions,
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough to
do
see
you
through
think,
that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for." And Candace also
This is like
agreed
the biggest
to
debate
answer
of
many
all
of my
time. It's
questions in regards to
unprecedented.
this. So if you got
300,000
pertinent evidence
offered for
here
a
that I
debate.
can use, I definitely like take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were
Still am.
Came out a
critical
different
of
man?
Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you
have
for an
you ever
hour and a half
been-
about everything
hang on,
you've ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has
Andrew
happened
Wilson
too. I
changed
was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about
He's a
Erica, and now I'm more
reptilian.
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, but I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then
Mhm.
you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah,
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
And then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like
Christian
soft
ethicist.
explaining away why Erica
Okay.
had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre
Dude, that
criticism.
foot is
Like
bouncing
nobody's in the
hard.
bigger
He
girl
needs
boss
to stop
position than
that.
you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this is-
biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared
Why?
because Erica's
you.
husband was just assassinated in
it.
front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense. Why
parents-
she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's
I do
that's
kinda wanna-
bizarre.
Yeah,
You
because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't
I
have a
haven't
parent,
had a
and
parent
they've
in a
just
while.
suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into
More
the
super
office.
You wanna
chats, guys.
protect
These
your
Gucci
husband's
shoes aren't going to
legacy.
buy themselves.
Yeah, more super chats. Let's go.
Not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole
Karlyn
life
needs a
for
lot of
it.
is why
money, guys,
people
so
think
she can
she's
afford
sus.
to
And
hire
his
me to
children.
be
Now,
the on-the-ground
for you, though,
correspondent.
Oh, I'm hiring you now.
Yep.
I didn't know. I didn't realize I had to pay you.
Well, I'm not going to just start going and being like an online correspondent for free, guys. So you guys have to.
This
convince
isn't
me.
a paid appearance. I'm out of here.
Yeah. I need at least 100K, just like Andrew Wilson.
Okay. I'll work on that very hard, Amalek.
company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run
Perhaps.
to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand
agree with
that you
that,
can have those
actually.
criticisms.
Yeah.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
So
but
let's
do you feel
get-
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was
Thank you.
problematic. It's the
Appreciate
reason
it.
why Terrell then had to scramble
I don't know how I
to
can
get the
help you,
cameras
though.
down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what then, that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. Once, that's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I
Yo,
ask
great
you why you keep starting
Rottweiler.
clips
Thank
mid-sentence?
you.
Probably to get to
Yeah,
where the clip
agree,
is.
bro.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I
it's
didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening.
Dude, this
here, 'cause the
idea that
internet
just
will
because it's a
clock
clip,
it.
it's out of
But,
context is so stupid. Candace,
in
you
this
obviously have made
episode,
this claim.
We are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear
You have to
that
play
this is
your
a theory that I
whole
didn't want to
2-hour
do.
money,
episode,
appreciate it.
otherwise it's out of context.
Because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like,
just making
what's
sure.
this? What's this? You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it is.
trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on
Killed
it. John
with an
Bray has done good work,
explosive.
and I think that's why that theory
But
is
a
now starting to
0%
gain
chance it was Tyler
steam
on the roof.
since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually
Known
since we're
liar.
pulling
Adam and I have
clips,
covered him on
we
his
should
show
run
constantly.
that clip of Rob O'Neill. and what he
Well-known
said
liar.
in
His
from
other,
his
his
experience.
other teammates say he lies about the
I'm
Osama
going
bin
to
Laden
take
killing
that,
as well.
and
He's a
also
liar.
there were people
Grifter.
who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me.
It was the fucking magnet on his microphone
from the bullet.
Holy shit!
So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table.
It was the butler in
and
the
then
kitchen with the
fire it
candlestick.
near the
So
muzzle,
true.
and that
So
box
true.
will actually blow
Thank
off the
you.
table.
Okay, so
it was the one-armed
question for
man.
you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
The invisible man.
It can.
Yeah, you can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through. On top of that, so there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
But
go
if
through.
air is-
But I also want to say that
That's
you're
not a
saying this can
miracle.
happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And
O'Neill's an idiot.
well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to start your position as a
Because
fact?
I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you
great
the
argument,
truth.
Candace.
If a bullet
Awesome.
is moving in the air has to move out of the way of bullet.
So real.
Maybe
So
not
real.
at the bottom of a
Thank
shirt
you.
here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's,
you can fact check it.
Your
check if
shirt,
bullets
you do on
displace
your
air.
show every day,
Not
Candace.
about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt.
Whatever.
It's not underneath the
Okay,
shirt.
a bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
it is
underneath
beneath
the
his shirt. The
It
shirt
starts
cuffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow,
That's not even what a shape charge would look like,
which
by
I
the
thought
way.
was very odd.
You guys
And
can
then
just
you see a
Google
puff here, and the
pager
next thing you
Israel
know, there's
attack and see
there's
what it
the,
looks like if they
entry
blow up something like
wound
that
on his
on
neck.
somebody.
Yeah.
I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that
Yo,
it's a
and
similar,
like
if not the
he's
same
using
type
your
of
argument.
explosive
Come on,
that was used
Andrew.
inside the pagers.
I'm
That
in-
would have been
I'm in
used
Andrew's
inside
group
of this
chat.
road mic.
I
He
think
did
that
this
you
on
should-
Rogan. He
since
made
you
this
love
argument on
debating,
Rogan.
you should
Oh, did he?
debate
Okay.
someone like John Bray, who's worked on that
Are you
theory
actually
for
in his
11
group
months,
chat?
and ask those sorts of
No,
questions
hell
of how
no.
shape charge would work.
I have
presented
Andrew's
the evidence
phone
what was
number.
in the car, and I also at that episode that you're clipping said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this,
Mhm.
and I think
We
he
gotta
has
make that
debated
AI
behind
music
people,
video of him.
actually,
How funny would that
regarding
be,
this
Adam?
topic. So that's the
With
route
that
that I would
song.
send you on. For
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show,
Mhm.
I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Oh, Rob O'Neill said that BB was dead, by the way, as well, guys. This is how credible he is.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too. And he's a
lot of things
Christian.
bother
No credibility.
bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people. And this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera. And I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the edge.
That was a different dude.
Didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed
He
like
wasn't
just
there
clean it up,
anymore.
and
He was
then,
already in the
I've
van
been
being
told
driven
they
to the
paved it
hospital.
over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions, and they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper.
He's making Karlyn arguments from last night.
No one wants to answer them,
and you're able to.
He's actually said
Or at
very
least I'm
little
just doing
about
it to
the
rile you
explosive
up.
there.
That's
So
true.
he
He was
started-
seriously
He
doing
said
it like
he's
an
shot
idiot.
people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's
no,
what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
but when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when you
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's
Citing
all.
this guy's an
I think
expert
that's
is
a good
so
place for us
dumb.
if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think
smoke break time.
Sounds good.
Smoke break.
We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right.
The last segment.
The last segment? Dude.
I thought this was unlimited time. What
This
the
is
fuck?
Jewish. This
How
is
could
a
bet
Jewish.
David fucked us all over? That's what
Dude,
he did.
PBD playing these goddamn shoe commercials.
Mm-hmm.
These
Well,
racist
it
ass shoe
has been
commercials.
3 hours. They might do another hour-long segment, so 4 hours.
No, I want 6.5, 9-hour space.
They said unlimited time. They barely even scratched the surface of the
how
arguments.
funny would it be, dude? They haven't. Yeah, truly, honestly, he hasn't really freaked out. Can he freak out at her yet?
Yeah.
Dude,
like Andrew's got to do something to give us a show before all this is over.
She has not defended one positive claim that she has made on the out of all of her shows, and she's made dozens of them. She hasn't been forced to account for one single
Andrew
thing.
needs to really push her in the last segment.
Dude.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Does everyone want to be me? I certainly hope not.
Also, this is so dumb. She's saying, "Oh, it could have been like an explosive from inside." Dude,
The call
You can
came
tell when
from
it's slowed
inside the
down. It
house.
doesn't look like there's an explosion where the microphone was. And from the angle of where the bullet came in his neck, you could see how it pushes out the back of his neck and the back, his upper back.
yeah, you
as
can
if
see,
it's a bullet hitting and not breaking through. And it with
It's
an
like
exit wound.
balloon. It's like a balloon. It looks like a balloon, like a
Completely
expands.
consistent with the gunshot from the position that Tyler was on the roof.
Well, the other
Also,
thing-
remember earlier she said that she sat down with Erica, but Erica lied to her, right?
Yeah.
And then he said, "What lie?" She couldn't bring anything up. She's like, "Oh, there's just so many." I remember her saying this before. I watched it on one of my streams. She said, "Erica lied to me. She said that Tyler did it," as if that's the lie. That's her proof of lying. Just the reality that Tyler did it. Hey, Karlyn, you want to play my Smoky Man
Oh yeah.
link?
Hang on,
I've been
hang on.
memeing while we've been
Let me
watching.
pull it up. The Smoky Man. Okay, let's see. Let's see.
And yeah, Emma, like we should make a song with
Yo!
Oliver Tree.
That looks pretty
Smoke
good.
break.
That's exactly what I pictured in my head.
Literally, one of the lines in that song is like 20 in your mouth at once or something like that. And we could like use that picture. I wonder if you could just tell AI like, hey, here's a bunch of pictures of Andrew Wilson. Here's like a funny AI picture of him doing this. Make like a slideshow music video using this song of a bunch of pictures of Andrew Wilson and make it like funny. And like, I wonder if it would make it right. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Or
We
somebody
also
that's
got
You want to do the
the,
Legally Blonde one too, Karlyn?
Legally
There we
Black.
go.
Oh, hell
Legally Black.
yeah.
There she is. Yep. Mm-hmm. Got to make the dress pink though.
No, because it's black. I guess it could be
Oh.
pink, yeah, but
Maybe
black
do like
hair.
some pink accents or something, like some pink piping or something. To
I don't know,
homage.
but I know.
I don't know now.
I love all the middle-aged the grandmas behind her.
all the replies to all of her and all the people who are supporting her are basically like Those people.
Yep.
I should have gave them all battle buns and said "Go Max." I'll
Well
edit it.
done.
I'll
Well
fix
done. Well done.
Nobody
There's still
cares.
time. Still got one more segment to perfect the AI before all this is over. So what does Candace even do after this? Does Candace just keep doubling down and keep going?
Oh, I can already tell everybody's claiming all of her.
Yeah, all of her
audience is
people are
already
claiming they've
she
won.
won.
Yeah, they're
the
claiming
Avengers.
Already claiming victory.
Anybody that doesn't think Candace won is being paid off by TPUSA or the Jews. That's the argument I'm seeing. Anybody that's anti-Candace is a bot or being paid.
So basically all Candace has to do is survive this. That's it. She just needs to like not have a major meltdown or like rage quit or something like that.
I hope Nick freaks out. I see so many Groyper and Groyper adjacent people who are saying like Candace is cooking. I hope he freaks out on these people. What the fuck?
No
are these
way.
doing?
Seriously?
Yeah, like Faith
Aw,
Merrill and these other
man.
people are like, oh, she's cooking right now.
Oh, well, the Groypers
wow.
are always pissed at Faith Merrill about something.
Yeah, okay. Well, they better fucking be pissed at her for taking Candace's side here. She's being disloyal. I don't know. This is just so stupid. How the hell are people watching this and being like, oh yeah, she's totally cooking? She literally cannot defend a single positive claim that she's made. Do you guys understand how
She's
crazy that
defended
is?
nothing, and Andrew hasn't forced her to defend it either.
You know, and I'll even say this. Just let's be as fair as we possibly can be. Adam and I think that Jesus didn't exist. We are already at a disadvantage that we have to like prove a negative, right? And we acknowledge that. We understand how that is, and we understand how to argue those things.
Right.
So somebody said to us, like, do you have a smoking gun, or do you have a positive claim showing that Jesus is a myth? We would say yes, and we would show them the pre-Christian things like Songs of Solomon and the apocryphal stuff that Jesus was developed out of. The idea, what is it? Ascensions of Isaiah, Adam. That's what we would show people, right? We would show people that this idea of a suffering Messiah or a ruler through the Word who would come and rule the Gentiles, that idea pre-existed Jesus. Therefore, the idea that of the gospel character, like and who he is and what he does, that idea itself doesn't require a man, right? So we can show the logical thinking, the logical conclusion on how you take somebody from like explaining how something didn't happen or didn't exist. Okay, so Candace can't even do that. She can't give a single example, a positive, a single example proving her claims. All she's doing is saying that, oh, it could be like this conspiracy is possible, and she thinks that itself is evidence. That is not evidence that something is possible.
Yeah, she poo-poos all the actual evidence and then says, well, it could be anything. It could be this. I don't know what it is. I don't have to prove what it is. All I know is that I'm not convinced. The photo's blurry, more blurry photo. Those text messages feel fake. I think they're sus, like that type of stuff.
You know, I almost might make the argument that Candace is winning this debate right now just because she hasn't been forced to like defend any of her claims. So she hasn't really been pushed into a corner, and maybe that actually is the win for Candace, is just getting through this thing, completely surviving. Andrew doesn't actually push her on any of the points. Maybe this is a Candace.
What point
stuff.
should he bring up first? Would you like to see
I don't know, like anything really. I want
Mitch
to see
Snow?
Candace
Has
being
Mitch Snow even
absolutely
been
fucking
mentioned
pressed.
yet? The fact that she put him on and he's obviously bullshitting.
What about the Egyptian planes that just
Yeah.
disappeared overnight and she never talked about them again?
Yeah, she said it was a God thing, and like she's so close, and this is the key that's gonna crack the whole case, and then it went nowhere, and it was stupid.
Yeah.
And she dropped it.
I think he needs to do the edited photos. This is
the edited photo that they just
because
did.
they're still doing this stuff, and they're gonna keep doing this stuff, and also this is gonna be for everything that ever happens the rest of our lives. This is gonna be a serious problem from now on. It's going to be to the point where like you can't even try, like your initial reaction when you see a photograph on Twitter, on social media now should be that it's AI, guys. Like that you should just assume. You should be very skeptical these days.
Yeah, Andrew needs to press her. He needs to stop being such a little bitch. He's been nice for the first 3/4 of this debate. He needs to be an asshole now. It's time.
Well, part of the problem I think is he keeps saying like, oh, your side wants to play this video, or oh, they want to play this video, and it's like that's who's in his corner, and I'm pretty sure that person is his wife, and that is just not helping.
Yo, Cynthia, I think it's a very important question for the chat. Cynthia, the queen, wants to know if I get us up to the channel membership mark, will someone take us across the finish line and be a hero? Guys, if Cynthia gets us close to the channel memberships, can we get a hero in the house to put us over 100? That'd be fucking rad. I appreciate you, Cynthia, trying to encourage people. Can I get... Guys, come on, don't fucking let me down. Cynthia wants to give some memberships. You guys better fucking match that shit. Thank you, 9 Macro Meter. Appreciate the $50. Sorry, y'all, but I'm a Standis now. I bet Candace can even open. You know what? Actually, yeah, I bet Candace can open an olive jar. Yeah, I bet that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, with her thighs. Shout out Macro Meter. I just posted another link of a little video I did showing how they have this new fake image of the guy that doesn't look like Tyler and how stupid and easy to explain it is.
Hang on, let's watch the
video
real
quick. So it's a fisheye lens, which scrunches everything around. There's lens distortion around the edges. So they looked at this video and they go, look, the cars look smushed. So they stretched it out on the horizontal plane
so
that the cars look more normal. And then, but because Tyler was in the center, he wasn't altered as much from the fisheye lens. So then it spreads him out and makes him look all buffer and stuff. And then they're doing that. And they go, look, it doesn't look like him. Yeah, when you stretch him out almost 2x, it doesn't look the same like him. At least the body looks buffer.
Good one, Adam. Okay, we just got some channel memberships. We got a bunch of channel memberships. We got Dietzen with a W. We got Christos in with 5. Thank you so much. We got Cynthia in with 20 W's to Cynthia. So that's going to be 26 so far. We got Dietz with another one, 27 W's to you, my friend. Cynthia in with another fucking 10. 37 memberships. You guys are making me do math now. Holy shit. You guys are making me do math. I fucking hate math, even though I'm really good at it. 37 plus 58 with a calculator. 95. We need 5 more, guys. 5 more to put us over 100. If someone wants to be a hero in the chat to fulfill the promise of Queen Cynthia, let us know. Green squares in the chat for Cynthia, please. The Emerald Queen. We're still waiting for them to come back for the last part of the debate. Hopefully we get a hero in the house. Appreciate it. How do I look younger now than when I started streaming? Because Aries age in reverse. True story. Aries age in reverse. Deets! Yo, W's, bro. The hero we need. Thank you so much, Deets. W's to you. Appreciate it very much. Guys, please mount the like button if you have not already. We have no more news here. Make sure you check him out on X and on Rumble. We got Need More Amalek here. He is also on X and, usually is around all the time. Welcome to the Cult Pagan. Appreciate the channel membership, bro. When I'm 90, I'm basically Benjamin Button. That's what it is. Basically Benjamin Button. Oh, man. Why is the 3.5-minute smoke break always at least 15 minutes? It's like men can't tell time. It's what happens when you put a white or actually Patrick Pat Davis.
I like this. I like the long break. I like it's kind of like a fight or something, and they're getting to go to their corners, and we can speculate on what they're doing and get a chance. I get to go. I'm scrolling through all my funny Nick clips and gifs and screenshots to ratio Faith Merrill again, and I'm just trying to pick the perfect one.
Why are you targeting Faith Merrill?
Because she's on my For You page.
General and the Groyper Bulldog. That's why.
Okay.
Well, they should be bullying her way harder for this. She's constantly counter signaling Nick by supporting Candace here.
They're already done with her. That she's anti-Groyper now.
Yeah. They kind of like abandoned her. Okay. Thank you, Little Wing. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Oh, we're back. Okay,
right?
cool.
And then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So
yeah, I got it.
The 2 other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah,
and they're gonna pull it up just to have you respond.
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. when I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think like, but if you want to play the
this
clip
is
to
directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
Why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail for questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like,
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already sat through.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever unless you have another
clip. But if you say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No,
she was wrong. She claimed Lance was never questioned also, and he was.
Yeah, if your entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks. And if
there are no
gotcha
clips.
Or
Candace is winning right now.
remember something and you're saying no.
Because
and
Andrew's
that
being a
is what
pussy
I
and
think
not pressing
will register
her.
to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
expressly said
please
that I
don't
was
cut me
going to
off.
bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange,
What
that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of
More
context
meta
to stand you. I
debating
actually
about
gave
how the
substance of
debate's
what's
supposed
going
to
on in
go.
this trial and this hearing, and I do think that
There's-
you fell. I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of the, hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
going to
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so
think
you just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility.
Your
When I
claims.
point
Candace,
out
what the
yours.
fuck do you think
they're
a
not
debate
claims.
is?
When
No,
you
they're
tweet Erica
claims.
is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim that I'm responsible for the claim.
Well,
Candace
earlier
is
when I
winning
brought
right
it up,
now.
you
I'm
said
sorry,
that it
she's
was tongue
winning.
in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
from
one
7
more.
days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
What effect does this have on her baby
Okay.
in her womb?
And this is the one
Yeah.
you're
Fetus.
saying from
Question.
7 days ago.
It's going to be an obnoxious little liar because of this. The brain is being formed.
Well, it's probably going to be anyway, if we're being honest about it.
It's gonna have
Okay.
serious
While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
issues.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a
hope
question?
not.
I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we?
Karlyn, I don't know
Not
anything
really.
about birth charts.
I'm
Is it
just
possible
gonna-
this baby
Okay.
could
We're
be
going
born
to
a
hold to
Pisces?
the actual contract
No.
itself.
No.
The
no,
contract
no.
does not
Pisces is
say
February and
allowed
March.
to
No, it's just
Okay, so
discussion
what is it going to
without me
be?
being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have a
respond.
conversation.
You've been able to respond to
gonna
every
be a
question I've
Libra?
asked you. And by
I
the
don't
way,
remember.
the other thing is,
I already
is
forgot
that
what
Have
my
it your
shows
way.
are.
I want
I
it to look
forgot
like
already.
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
I don't have
So
all
are
the
you good
dates
with her asking a
memorized.
question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Yeah, it could
Okay.
definitely be a
So you wanna
Libra.
wait for the
It could
clip
definitely be a
first. Okay.
Libra.
You guys have it in the back?
Oh my God!
Okay,
Who interrupts
beautiful.
and says, "Let's play a clip" when they don't have the clip ready? Sabotage.
It's his wife. His wife is in his back. That's what I'm saying. His wife being the corner person is the worst. Look, dude, you can't be like, all women are retarded, and your wife is like your corner person. And I guess maybe that's
Team
not
Jeopardy.
true.
He
But
told me they
I
had
think
it.
it is,
So
right?
That's what I heard.
Adam?
Okay,
That-
there
Come
we
is
on,
his
guys.
wife
Probably.
helping run
No,
this?
he's got a
Okay.
more of a team
Because
there too.
Lance Twiggs
Yeah, I know, but his wife
has
is probably
his
there.
DNA
to
on the
review it.
towel. It's fine. Lance Twiggs has
She'll have to
his
hurt him.
DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
Said
DNA was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip plans, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm
Please.
happy to
Thanks,
play
Emily.
every clip that he
Appreciate
has
it.
on the ready.
Guys,
Anybody?
everybody, if you believe
You
in
said- you
magic,
said you
psychic
had some
energy,
new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new?
message that you
Did
read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think
Oh,
that's
yeah,
important
Candace's
for
kids
the
are gonna
public
hate
who
her for
shared it out
sure,
of
for
context.
sure.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll
Candace,
show it
you
on
have
my
Can I
to
ask
watch his
why?
podcast. You have
Well,
to watch his
because I wanna
podcast to see the evidence,
drip
just
out
like
the
you told people
evidence,
earlier.
You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there.
shit.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
my
kill
intention.
shot.
But
Damn
yeah,
it.
I'm fine with
Andrew.
closers if you want to do
It's
closers.
I also
Okay, Andrew, listen,
if I
right
may
now,
ask a
right now, say,
question,
wait,
is that
Candace, do you think
permitted?
that DNA and
Just so
fingerprints
I
are the
also
same
have
thing?
clarity,
Right now,
since
boom,
your
punch
basis
back,
is in
haymaker.
evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you
Oh
are
my
following evidence.
God.
Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just not following
it seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
That he's,
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Andrew,
Name all
can you
7 since you've been
please
following the
fight
case.
back?
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I
Can you
I
name
think
all 7?
I can't.
Then do it.
Aggravated murder.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
She doesn't know
the
him
first
either.
charge is aggravated murder because that's
I
what
call
carries
it-
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of you. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for
It's
people,
murder,
no,
it's just
don't,
a
I don't
more
have to do it in a
extreme
time limit.
form
There's nothing
of
going
murder.
on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
This is
I'm
so
just going to
dumb.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me,
You'll
give me
be
the other
better
ones.
next time you debate
The more
someone.
you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just?
I'm
wait
sure
for me
you'll
to
do
finish
better
why
next
that's
time,
a big
Andrew.
difference. So that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want you
away.
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. You
These
just
little
don't get to
quips
pretend
are
there's a time
powerful.
constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed.
Okay,
You
good
don't
job,
have to
Andrew.
rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay,
She's
witness.
right
There's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges.
You
and
know,
then 7.
this is
Yeah,
so
you
easy.
see,
All,
the bad
all it
things
takes is
when you try
knowing
to be
to
an
see the court
a-hole and it
papers. I
doesn't work.
also
What's the
saw the
7?
court
The
papers
last
and saw the
charge
7
is,
charges listed on 2
violence in
pages
front
or
of a
3 pages
minor.
or whatever it is.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets
This
to
is
the
such a
entire crux
semantic
of why
argument.
him being up
not-
for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction.
What
of
is this
justice-
relevant
obstruction-
to? Who
obstruction of
cares?
justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6,
Candace
tampering
is
with a
calling Andrew a
witness,
grifter, basically.
and
No,
count 7.
Violent.
I said
I've had
offense in
Christians see
presence
this
of a minor.
before.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
you name the
So,
exact
5, 6,
verse? You
tampered
don't know the
witness, second
Bible.
felony.
Oh yeah, well
No, I
you
did
know
notice
Matthew
something. I
3,
just was
17.
curious about
Like that's like
if-
they do
I'm
this
just
to me all the
wondering.
time.
When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not.
Show it.
I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here.
That
You
is
want
a
to check my
bad
phone?
move by Andrew. You
I'm happy to
shouldn't
do
have
it
done that, even if
because
it's
you're just going to
true.
get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to
should.
see it?
That was very
I'm
stupid.
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone
Hell
was
yeah,
at all
dude.
during this debate
All right.
about
Check her
no
DMs.
violent charges or anything.
I need an edit right now.
Check her bank
I'm
account.
texting her right now. I'm
Permission to
texting
go
her
through
right
my
now.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other texts? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so you
questions.
know,
yeah.
nothing.
I don't.
Yeah. Do you have the
no more
steakhouse
questions.
receipt? My question.
No more questions
I
allowed.
have said several times that I have never said I have the
Andrew
receipt for the
L.
steakhouse. I have said the person who's
Aw,
working on that story is
man.
going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was
And they
what I was
didn't.
responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned.
Yeah,
He's
the
one working on
element that
story.
would prove it was
Okay,
Tyler's.
So you,
I never-
you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't-
I just said the opposite. I said there is
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff because he went to go
This is
do
that,
what I hadn't
dissident-
done,
what's
which
his
was
name,
to
Adam?
interview the
Dissident?
actual server.
So there's no evidence that
You don't
Tyler
talk
was
about
at that
that.
steakhouse.
That guy that's
I would
doing
say
all
the
this secret
receipt, which is
investigation
debit
shit?
card number, it would be some hard
The Russia
evidence
show?
if that
I agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
he paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something that-
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we
Mhm.
feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on
But-
our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just
Mhm.
call the merchant
Well-
account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly
Mhm.
what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that
Wow.
falls
And then you should
under-
remove it if
We should
you-
include
if
things we
someone
just
somehow
make up
debunks
out of
it. But I
nowhere.
think that
Why not?
there is very strong evidence that that is where he was, and that
What's the
is-
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I
All
got
right, fair
the
enough.
information, what
Candace,
happened next.
denied.
Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing
stupid.
his
This is-
knowing what his
this-
debit
this
card was
whole
and
line of
confirming it? Yes,
reasoning,
and I
though,
do
is
believe
not
that
as
that
dumb
will
as
happen.
Egyptian
If it does not
planes.
happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove
Kelly,
it from
you're
my
100%.
personal
No one's
timeline
mind
Totally,
that I
totally.
share on my show.
That
Literally.
officer, the
Not a
first
single
officer
person.
that was up on the roof.
This is actually kind of
Do
making
you
it
remember his name?
worse.
Officer
It is
Bagley.
Yeah, what
making
was
it
his
worse.
first name?
Because Andrew's
Christopher?
fucking it up.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Then what's the
At this
significance of his
stage,
battery
I
dying?
would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was
Why couldn't the
found and we
decoy have
don't
just
have
dropped?
any
The decoy was
should-be
there on video.
evidence
Why couldn't
of a
he have
police
just
body
dropped
cam.
the
But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like,
screwdriver?
did you call the merchant and get like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great.
made it up
so
in her
then
head.
your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're
No, it hasn't been
debunking that it
confirmed by you,
happened.
Candace.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no,
No, the
good
police
evidence for
looked
at all.
into it
There's
and
no
said
camera
that there's
there.
nothing there.
And
That's
the
what happened.
steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
Oh my God.
They gave you.
Posting on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson. that you really
This is
wanted
that
to
whole
know.
15-hour
Following
trip
very
You think
closely
that
on
because-
text.
Carlyn
Wait,
last
you
night.
think
I'm
I-
calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
So it does
and
matter
having
for
a
me.
conversation.
Andrew,
You're following.
you gotta
Yeah,
nail
I,
this,
I
bitch.
literally
Come
followed
on.
the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
You didn't know.
hairs.
That's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated
that's-
murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just don't
timeline.
know what
What's
his
your issue
issue
with
is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there
Mhm.
and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And so, and that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
Her
I feel
timeline
like
is
saying that I
totally
spoke to
stupid.
the owner of the steakhouse is me, like not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually
The
doing
owner
legwork.
said he wasn't there.
And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with
On
your
Twitter.
audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner.
Yeah, and
of
then the
restaurant.
owner said no.
You know,
The owner is.
obviously took
Why
down
doesn't
everything
Andrew
he
say
said,
this?
noted that there
the owner
was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah.
Yeah, that's the other thing
level
too.
rule
If
for me
she
to keep it
removed this
there.
from the timeline,
I don't really think
like,
we need to keep
really
going
the
into
point
circles
is
about
that
this
she's just
receipt.
speculating
It's
over
my
no
timeline.
evidence. She has,
I don't
yeah,
know
she has
why
no,
the
she has
1102
no
rule
standard of
would apply
evidence.
here
Really, what
for
she
your
Because
timeline.
you were constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant.
The owner
It's not like
denied
I
it, though.
dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm gonna keep it there. If that's
Sure, you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final
break.
thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
Okay, ad break. Andrew got his ass kicked in this debate. I'm sorry. I hate giving Candace the fucking dub in this debate, but Andrew was such a massive pussy and never actually went on offense. He was playing defense the whole time to try to appear nice for some God knows unknown reason. Candace won this debate, and that really pisses me off. And Andrew should hang his head in shame. He is no longer even close to the debate champion of the internet. Candace kicked his ass. What do you guys think?
I agree, because Candace didn't take a big L. That's basically a W.
Mm-hmm. She survived. That's all she needed to do, was survive in a way where she could like double down and say, I won, he lost, and she did that. And it sucks. Andrew fucked us all over. He should be shunned from the internet forever.
I tried to do like an undercard preliminary debate last night. I was challenging everybody. Not one person stepped up to say they wanted to debate it. And then they have to force her and pressure her with hundreds of thousands to get her to finally agree. And she does it. And then he doesn't seize the opportunity and crush her. And she's able to weasel her way, slip out of it. It's a W for her, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I hate to see it.
This is the worst possible outcome of this debate. Like, I don't like Andrew, but if Andrew had actually won, I would have been happy about that. That was a better outcome for me than Candace winning. If they had both crashed and burned, that would have been totally fine with me. But like, Candace just dominating the entire fucking thing with no pushback from Andrew at all. Really disappointing.
Here's the quote. I just did a grok to find the quote. The Cowboy Smokehouse Steakhouse posted on Facebook and shared on X said, quote, based on the information currently available to us, we have no evidence establishing whether Tyler Robinson was at our restaurant at that time. We've responded truthfully to those who have questioned us based on the information available to us at the time. We have cooperated with the authorities and conducted this investigation, and we will not comment further. So she's wrong on that.
Amalek, what do you think? You're being awfully quiet.
Well, the problem is, it's just exactly what I said last night on why Andrew is going to lose, because Andrew has this thing on, oh, these are the debate rules, and he wants to get to the epistemology, and what is truth, and like he's like arguing about like the meta conversation about the debates all the time. He's sitting here constantly like zooming out when he should be zooming in on the debate, instead of like allowing going in and like not letting her squirm in the way that we do with the historical Jesus debate on those spaces, right? That's how he should have been with this stuff. He should have basically been like, okay, this is your claim. We just want to get in your own words what your claim is. Here's your claim. He kind of did it with this restaurant thing, but that was the first time he really did that. And he just handled that poorly as well. He does, because Andrew has the inability to debate in good faith within the spirit of the debate to actually get to the truth. He only is debating to score points and to win and to dunk on the other person. So what happens is if you're just trying to play to win the point scoring thing, it's kind of like if a boxer isn't like boxing to like kill the opponent, he's just boxing to, win on the card of the judges. You know what I mean? Yeah. You can tell that difference in that fighter, and that's what we just saw. And because he was expected to go in and knock her out, and because the cards are about even on the judge's table, like she wins because of that. Like if to use that analogy. So
I think he dropped the ball. I think he dropped the ball on the road mic question too. He didn't bring up the medical examiner that he would have to be in on it. He should have said, if he's a patsy, are the parents all in on it too? They're not saying anything. He did touch on that a bit, but also the road mic. She goes, I think the glass in the van should be investigated. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You're telling me that this little road mic blew up enough to kill him, but then it didn't like turn into shards there and explode all over the place. There's no mark on his shirt, by the way, that would be consistent with a road mic exploding there. The hole in his neck is on the other side. Doesn't even make sense with the back of his neck and his upper back blowing out like it did. And it's like, are we supposed to believe that the road mic exploded into shattered pieces, but didn't end up all over the place there on the stage? It all stayed in his shirt to fall out in a nice little clean pile in the van. It's preposterous to suggest that's more likely than a bullet.
Yeah. Andrew has massively fucked this up, and he's fucked over every single person with common sense in the process, because Candace is never going to let anyone live this down, and she's probably never going to debate anyone again after this. Can you imagine Candace putting herself in this position again with someone having the ability to review Andrew's performance and then improve on it?
So you can't trust Christians to do a job. Like
I think Andrew took a fall. I think they both work for Russia, and this was a setup, and he's the fall man to hand Candace an L. Just kidding, but sort of. That's how I feel. I don't know that, but I know it. You know what I mean?
This is not Andrew, though. Andrew doesn't debate like this ever. So what the fuck is going on today?
I think it's because he's got his wife in his ear doing it like that. Like this is this weird situation where he has like a team debating and doing this. He usually doesn't do this. You know what I mean? Usually it's almost like he only thrives when he's thrown into like the gladiator battle, surrounded by 10 people at once. You know, he's the kind of guy, he can only do 10-on-1 and against dumb people kind of thing, and that's kind of where he shines. But now he's doing like a 1-on-1 where he's got like a team of people in his ear, like jibber jabbing and stuff like that. I imagine that is not the same thing. I know I couldn't debate if I had people like yapping in my ear.
Well, I think what you just said about like Andrew only debates dumb people. He literally only, except for Adam, obviously Adam's not dumb, but like most of the people that Andrew debates, especially like nowadays, it's only fans whores on the whatever podcast. Like he is completely out of practice with debating smart people. Okay, someone just said it's back. There's a little bit of a delay over here, so it'll come back in a second. There it is.
Right, we are finally at the end. For those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. He said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this.
She only agreed because they gave her
before we wrap
300,000.
up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
I wouldn't credit her for that.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that
you should have also
is
said she's
a
denying all the
conclusion.
evidence of the
Where
trial.
Maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen.
And thanks for the 300K.
And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this.
We lost.
Much
We
love and
lost.
respect
We all
we have
lost
for Charlie
massively.
Kirk, a great man that's
Massive
no longer
L.
here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did support the Crucible, support the Candace show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
What a fucking disappointment. Candace was the absolute winner in this debate. $300,000, almost no pushback from Andrew. PBD didn't say or do anything the entire time. Candace steamrolled the whole fucking thing, and she literally made hundreds of thousands of dollars for it, and no one's mind was changed. Candace W. Sucks.
I was rooting for Andrew to destroy her, and that did not happen. So on those grounds, it is an L. It feels like an L.
Yeah.
Very disappointing.
Andrew should be shamed off the fucking internet for this.
Well, it's not going to happen. I mean, look, she didn't make any, like, I agree with everything you guys just said, every single thing, but she didn't make, he's right. He said it in his closing thing. She did not defend one single positive claim. And it is just crazy that this is happening.
Yeah, I agree with that, but she still won because she wasn't pressed on any of it.
I agree with you, but like, what is he supposed to do? Sit there and like put her in a headlock and be like, "You will answer for your stupid steakhouse timeline." Like, I don't.
In every single debate that Andrew has ever been in, he was more aggressive than this one.
You're right.
You can just tell from their demeanor. Their demeanor, especially at the end, you can tell Candace feels like she got out of this with a W.
Yeah,
I agree. Andrew is not going to walk away with this thinking that he crushed it.
Yeah. Dude, I have nothing else to say. That sucked. That sucked real bad. Adam, are you going to be streaming later?
Yeah, I'll probably Fridays. I usually do a late night stream. You know what's sad too? He even lost Joe Rogan. Andrew was just on Joe Rogan like last week.
Yeah.
And then Rogan just said yesterday that he's siding with Candace.
It's over. Candace is winning. Candace is winning the entire internet.
Well,
we're in
and it's also off of nothing, dude. Everybody's dumb.
Yeah.
Everybody's just dumb. That's what's going. Like, guys, just because it was a 30-6, that is not a weird thing. It's like that's like half of you. That's just not true. If that's in your head, get to the next thing.
I looked up also about how DNA degrades. So there's all these different factors. There's heat, moisture, sunlight, microorganisms, time, chemicals in the environment. So it just so happens to be the spot where they sampled Tyler's DNA may have been more in the sun, may have been more exposed to some moisture. So that's what degraded it a little bit in the time that it was stashed in the woods there, the bushes, more so maybe than Lance Twiggs, which I think is the argument. Still ignoring the fact that the expert on the stand said 6 trillion% she knows that it matched Tyler's DNA. But yeah, so many drop balls. He didn't even bring up the fake photo that they did. It's been altered. Just the latest one that they're running.
Or the Egyptian planes. The Egyptian planes thing needs to be brought up more. She said that they're going to have an interactive map showing the timeline of the Egyptian planes, and then she later said that she admitted that they fucked up the changing of the timelines, and that was what she was basing it off of. So it would have been good for her to have to sit there and be like, yes, the Egyptian planes was bullshit and I was wrong about it. That would have been a good W for him. I don't know why he didn't. That was an easy layup, and he just kind of never went to that spot.
His closing statement, he basically just said she has no evidence, but he should have also said the other side of the coin. She's ignoring all of the concrete evidence that we have. You know, him etching the bullets, Charlie worried about a leftist killing him, a pattern of leftists doing violence against right-wingers, him driving 3 hours away, his gun being there, the DNA, the confession, Discord, text messages, and the note, the telling his friend that he did it, on the security camera casing the spot earlier in the day, and then coming back and his car driving in and walking up the stairs with the gun in his pants, and then on the roof and then jumping off the roof. Every piece of it is there, and she's just going to say nuh-uh, and then she has no proof on the other side. And something else I'm seeing that's annoying me a lot. I saw Jake Shields post. They're like, and Israel gave Andrew a script to read. he just
my
brought up stuff that's
God.
like everybody knows from the case and from the preliminary hearings that's been covered all the time. Like you don't need a there was no secret Israel talking points list. It's just like the basic stuff that of information that everybody's been arguing about. So that's just such a cop out to say, oh, he got a talking point from Israel or blah blah, or he's at TPUSA or he's a Freemason. Like all of these, what are they trying to do?
I can't believe that Candace didn't use that. That would have been amazing. It's called poisoning the well.
Poisoning the well, right?
Yeah. Imagine if Candace would have hit him with a "you're a Freemason" at any point in time. She would have instantly won the debate and knocked him out. I can't believe she didn't do that.
Is that true too? They weren't like taking that out of context. He really was a master Mason for years.
Big Tech shared the clip, and he says it's in context and stuff like that. And I don't have any reason to think he's lying about it. I think it's true. And
if she did bring that up, we can imagine what Andrew
anything.
would say. He'd be like, "That was years ago. Like, one of his friends got him into it. He left it, and now he's an Orthodox Christian and doesn't agree with that shit anymore." Like that would have been the excuse, probably.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's still a member. I don't know. Maybe that's where him and Jay Dyer disagree. I have no idea.
That's right, because Jay Dyer just debated Chase. What's that guy's name? Chase something from InfoWars. That he's a Freemason. They were debating if Freemasonry is compatible with Christianity. But yeah, huge L, dude. I'm so disappointed.
So
I've
fucking
never been so
disappointing.
disappointed in Andrew.
It's like the most disappointing possible outcome. I'm actually depressed right now. I actually just want to leave the internet for the rest of the day. Be like, fuck this shit. It's over.
L.
Yeah,
maybe
L,
the big stage got to him. He's kind of new to this celebrity status, internet fame, and he was probably nervous, like by his foot shaking as much as it was. He's there in her house. All of this attention and all of this pressure, and I think he crumbled under the pressure a little bit also.
Yeah. That's why white men can't be expected to save us. We can't rely on them. Amalek should have debated her as like a trans black woman or something.
This is
I think I would have done better, honestly. Seriously.
I think you would have too.
I was just on a space with Andrew a couple weeks ago, and we were both debating Charlie Kirk truthers. And I thought he knew this stuff inside and out, and he was gonna rip her a new one. And just the fact that he didn't do that is a big disappointment.
Andrew's a fucking con artist. This is why he refuses to debate me on anything related to the left, because he doesn't actually understand it, and he knows I would kick his ass just like so easily. He's not used to debating smart people, and Candace is kind of dumb and she's a retard, but like she understands how to present information in a way that is advantageous for her, and so that's not something Andrew is used to, and he completely faltered.
He didn't bring up how she was wrong forever, that saying that he wasn't on campus when he clearly is. And the defense is not even denying that. The family's not denying it. He's not claiming he's a patsy. How is he a patsy if he's not saying he's a patsy? The defense is in on it. His parents are in on it. Everybody's in on it. The medical examiner. She didn't bring up how he was wrong about Lance Twiggs being investigated. She said that forever. She claimed forever that they're fed text messages because it said vehicle, and he would never say the word vehicle. He's on body cam footage from the cops using the word vehicles. Wrong about that. She claimed he was like, it took Spider-Man to jump up on the roof and jump up on the roof. It's easy as hell to get up on the roof where he was at. There's the altered photo. She did mention the receipt. But he didn't even hammer that. He's like, you guys blurred out where it would, the only proof on the receipt that it would have been.
Yeah, that's
his.
not the slam dunk. The slam dunk is that the owner denied. Yeah, dude, it's almost like he doesn't know it as well as we do, for sure, because he hasn't been covering it like we have.
Hey, Big Tech can come and ask to call in. I will give him the fucking link, but he won't do it for so many reasons.
Yeah, I do think she was kind of right about Andrew when she was saying that like he doesn't really care about this, and he's just like kind of late to the party on debunking this stuff.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what's happened is like I've been following the debunking of this since the very beginning because of the whole thing that happened with like CQ Radio and all those people that are retarded and think that this is like an important thing that we need to talk about, the Charlie Kirk trutherism. So I've been following it, and so has Adam, since the very beginning, debunking this stuff from the very beginning. And like, I think it's very clear that Andrew doesn't have the same like handle on the not just the Kirk evidence claims, right? But it's like he doesn't actually know what Candace's claims have historically been. just in like the last week or two is kind of what he's been kind of, going through instead of what she's been going over for the last 10 months. And he let her get away with a lot of it too, because he doesn't know it that well.
So like, I cannot believe that I was actually rooting for Andrew to win over Candace, and I'm just so fucking pissed. I really thought he had it in him. I really did. I was like, there's no way that Andrew's going to make it through this entire debate without getting aggressive and pressing that bitch once. And he totally fucking dropped the ball. Total choke on Andrew's part.
He loves giving hypotheticals. He should have said, hey, hypothetically, if you turn out that you're wrong, say something, whatever convinces you and you admit you're wrong, are you going to admit that, like, apologize to Erica and that what you've done is completely evil? Will you do that? He didn't even, like, give her something like that. That would have been my number one thing I wanted to say to her.
Dude, isn't it crazy how these people, I'm seeing so much of this time on my timeline of people being like, oh, Andrew read out his statement at the beginning. These people really think that reading is Jewish. They want to give that to the Jew, like, oh, if you read a statement, that itself is Jewish. That's how dumb these people are. They're that level of discourse. Dude, these guys are done. Like,
yeah,
we're cooked if these are the people that are.
It's over. It's over. Internet over.
The
Dissident
left
right
wing
over.
doesn't deal with any of this shit.
I mean, they have their problems and they have their infighting, but no, they would never do something like this. This is so fucking massively retarded.
Well, I would say it's crazy is that the left. Have you seen the left's version of this conspiracy? It's like kind of Candace-y, but also like slightly different.
What do they say?
They do think that there was like something going on, and it's for the purpose of like they believe like a bunch of the Candace stuff, but it's like I don't know, it's like slightly different.
I haven't heard them say that. I've been given, like, when I've been undercover things, I've been given, like, Charlie Kirk stickers where they're celebrating his death and stuff like that, but I haven't seen them say anything like that.
I've seen the Do Dissidents Socialist Jews. You know who those guys are?
Oh, I don't pay attention to the online shit, so.
Well, they're the New York City like DSA. They're like associated with those guys, and I've seen them talk about like how they think that a lot of the DSA, specifically in New York City, believes that the Luigi Mangione case and the Kirk case, that the feds are basically like drumming both of those up to justify like anti-communist crackdowns. That's what I've seen. That right? So that's like
I have
different.
seen them say that. You're right about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is a weird version of the Kirk conspiracy, but it also I don't know. It's like they're using parts of Candace's stuff for that. It's a very strange thing that there's like two competing mythos, one for the left wing, one for the right wing, on Kirk trutherism, I guess you could call it.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead. You can wrap it.
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I see Crowder shared here a clip where Andrew asked Candace, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk actually participated, had foreknowledge, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk? And Candace responded, quote, I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. That's so cowardly,
Yeah, that
she's been implying and insinuating that the whole time, but then when they actually ask her, she's scared to say it. That goes to show she doesn't really believe what she's saying. Just like
side is Crowder on?
He didn't call her on this too. This would have been the biggest own. She keeps lying, saying, oh, sue me. I can't wait for discovery. I know I'm right. The truth will prevail. And then she privately, or in the trial, they try to dismiss the cases.
Whose side is Crowder on? Does anyone know? Did anyone watch his reaction?
Oh, Andrew is big time.
Oh. Is he disappointed? Is anyone watching his stream? God.
Oh, Crowder, I'm sure. Probably a lot we're watching.
I don't have any final thoughts. I've already said what I think. I think
Ralph should have moderated it. PPD.
No, that would have been so much better. You're right about that.
That would have been great, dude. That would have been so awesome.
So now we just need another debate. That one was an epic fail. Now we need another real debate.
Never going to do it again. She's never going to do it again.
I don't know.
Yeah. Hopefully this debate was so bad, everybody's just going to get like Charlie Kirk fatigue and nobody's going to be interested.
Well, that's what's happening.
Like this is the climax and it's going to fall off a cliff after this, hopefully, because nobody wants to hear anymore.
Yeah, it's been almost a year. Turning Point USA is crashing and burning. Like
the case is in September, right? It's September 20 something.
Oh, right. There's still the trial. Fuck.
So the trial still has to happen. And
100,000 for this. Like, what a waste of money. So, like, nobody should have given her a dime to do this.
Yeah.
It was a total flop.
Total L for all of us on every possible level. Candace won on every level. Fucking bitch, man.
Well, I don't know.
Whatever.
The only I agree with everything you're saying. I just say the one like, dude, this is the problem. For anybody with an IQ over like 120, they watch what we just happened and they're like, well, obviously Andrew won. But the problem is like that's like 5% of the people. So Andrew lost everybody else, basically. Okay,
yeah,
so that's
we
still
were all
losing.
rooting for him, and even we're saying this is not a W.
Yeah,
so that's
yeah.
not a good sign.
I'm just acknowledging
And,
that
and
95%
now
of people
Candace
exist.
won't do any more debates too. She'll
Well,
say, "I already did it. I already won.
Yeah.
I'm not debating anymore."
I'm not debating any more Fed sloppers.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the only scenario in which someone would think Andrew won is if they're completely stupid to like the optics of the internet, honestly, because it's not just about did Candace present evidence. Okay, if that's like your only criteria, fine, but that's not the only criteria for winning in an internet debate, you know?
Yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah, technically Andrew still did win because he's in the right. So I agree that he did win technically, but to the masses, the perception of who came out on top, and considering that like only a real W would be if she was completely destroyed and embarrassed and humiliated forever, that didn't happen. So in the grand scheme of things, it's an L.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, all the ortho bros are basically going to be able to look at this and they're going to be able to cope and say, oh, look, he won on this. Oh, she wasn't able to make any positive claims and defend them and blah, blah, blah. And like, they will defend this forever, but that is irrelevant. That's not who needed to happen. What needed to happen is he needed to like go in there and like give her the people's elbow in front of like all the WWE fans and get them on her. Like, that's what he needed to do.
He needed
You know
to
what I mean?
body slam that bitch. Yeah.
And like, what's crazy
Pile
is like,
driver.
that's kind of what his thing is like. He basically goes for like, multiple hours on these whatever podcasts, and then out of the 9 hours he's on there, you get like maybe an hour or less of that, maybe 30 minutes of like clips where he just absolutely dunks on them, and then the clips go around, and then he becomes viral or more popular, and then he's like sells these courses online on how to debate people, basically, right? So that's his whole brand. So his whole brand relies on this like perception that he is like the ultimate debate bro. I will be able to, that's the whole thing. And if that's the perception on his brand, like only people that are bought into that brand are going to think that he won here too. Like, no, I don't think he's going to be getting a whole lot of new customers after this or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So he really lost there, I think.
I totally agree. And Andrew was the one that was offering to do this. He was the one that was like beating his chest on Joe Rogan and doing all this stuff and then just totally dropping the ball and not be like, this is entirely Andrew's fault. Self-inflicted wound.
Dude, and there's more evidence for this case than there is for basically every other case ever.
Yeah. They've convicted people with way less evidence than this. And what's sad is I don't even think anybody that was previously agreeing with Candace even shifted now they're probably all even more sure. They should have been more skeptical and came more towards Andrew's side, but no, now their prior beliefs are even more reinforced is what's going to be the aftermath of this.
Yeah, I totally agree. All right. Well, I want to thank you guys for joining me. I really appreciate it. You guys want to, like, Adam, are you doing a stream later? You want to shout out where people can watch you and stuff? I know Hans has been putting your links in the chat, so hopefully everyone follows Adam if you're not already.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Karlyn. You're the best. I stream basically every day on Rumble, No More News. I'm also on X, and I will probably do a late night stream tonight. Covering, did you see Amalek? The Catholic organization just hired Jill Levine, an Orthodox Jewish woman, to lead the Catholic organization.
I had one of the Catholic scholars that I talked to and debated with message me today and say, do you see this blasphemy? This is why I question what's going on with the Catholic Church. He's like a SSPX guy. And I said to him, what are you talking about? What do you mean? This is exactly what the church was set up for. And he said, nowhere in the Bible does it say this. So then I linked him, the obvious verses, they sit at the feet of Moses, listen to them, all, Romans 9 through 12. I link all those to him and I say, what do you mean? It says it here in the Bible. He goes, well, that's not in the church tradition. The early church fathers would have disagreed. So then I linked him all the church fathers saying the exact same thing. Because as you know, they all were.
And if anybody's YouTube only, go to Adam Green fan page. That's where you can see all my stuff too for the YouTubers. Because Rumble sucks. Rumble's Peter Thiel and it sucks, and it's MAGA tards over there. So,
but they're all crying they're all crying about it. So of course the Catholics will put a Jewish person at the head of their thing. He even said to me, he said, I agree though that she's probably one of the top scholars, but why does she have to be the president?
I read her book from the library. It's called The Misunderstood Jew, about Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're so cooked.
Wow.
All
And
right.
you guys can follow.
Thanks, Karlyn.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. You guys can follow Amalek on X. I just saw Hans put his link in the chat, so you can follow him there.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you for hanging out. Guys, thank you to everyone who donated 101 gifted channel memberships and a ton of super chats. I really appreciate it. I'm probably going to stream a little bit later, but maybe not at 5 o'clock. I'm going to go outside and go experience the world, and I'll come back and do a stream later. I will see you guys. Take care. Have a good one, and we'll see you maybe around 8 o'clock, something like that. Bye. Oh, and...
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.